Pauline Monga, joined by our sign language interpreters Chola Kaoma and Jason Mandan. Just now we have a look at what was discussed on the floor of the House yesterday. It was Tuesday, 29th November 2022.
Right, business opened with an announcement by Madam Speaker in which she informed the House that the Minister of Technology and Science, in collaboration with the Zambia Information Communication Technology Authority, ZICTA, undertook an exercise to determine areas that did not have access to telecommunication services countrywide, and that the ministry had since made available the report to concerned members of our parliament. Madam Speaker encouraged members of parliament to study the report and where necessary indicate priority areas and inform the Ministry of Technology and Science directly. She further stated that the deadline for submitting the priority areas was Friday, 2nd December 2022, and further advised honorable members to ignore the date indicated in the letters earlier sent to them.
Thereafter, the House considered question for oral answer number 98, understanding order 76, and then the House resolved into Committee of Supply to consider Head 46, Ministry of Health, and then a division was called, and thereafter the total amount of 16 billion 8,373,574 kwacha was ordered passed, part of the estimates for Head 46, Ministry of Health.
Right, and after that, the House moved on to continue consideration of estimates of revenue and expenditure, and considered Head 87, the Anti-Corruption Commission, and approved the budgetary allocation of 172,468,944 kwacha, and business was interrupted at 1840 after just concluding considering this particular head, and accordingly progress was reported, and at 1843 the House adjourned until this afternoon. So when we come back on the other side, we'll look at today's order paper. Please stay tuned.
Back today, Wednesday, 30th November 2022. Business of the House resumes at 14:30 hours, and we have one private member's motion to be moved by Chama South member of Chama North, rather, Member of Parliament, Mr. Yotam Mutaya Chalo. We also have 6 heads that are expected to be considered on the floor of the House. And now details on the order paper.
Right, Mr. Mutaya Chalo moves a motion titled "Assist Small-Scale Farmers to Export Maize," that in addition to buying maize for the strategic reserves, this House urges the government to assist small-scale farmers in cooperatives to export maize through the Food Reserve Agency, and this motion is expected to be seconded by Kamfinsa Member of Parliament, Mr. Christopher Kangombe.
And after the private member's motion, the House is expected to resolve into Committee of Supply, and the heads that are expected to come up for consideration today are Head 51, Ministry of Transport and Logistics. We also have Head 52, Ministry of Water Development and Sanitation, and also Head 53, which is Ministry of Green Economy and Environment.
Okay, and further moving on, we expect the House to consider Head 76, Ministry of Youth, Sport and Arts. We also have Head 62, the Ministry of Energy, and Head 54, the Ministry of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development. So this is work ahead of us, and on the floor of the House, one private member's motion and 6 heads for consideration when the House resolves into Committee of Supply.
Yes, and business of the House will resume shortly at 14:30 hours. And right now on the floor of the House are members of Parliament in waiting for the beginning of business for today.
But we expect the procession for the presiding officer to make its way very soon. Like we said, it's a Wednesday, and this day is reserved for this kind of business. If there's a private member's motion, that takes precedence, and so it begins with a private member's motion that is coming from Chama North Member of Parliament. As you can see in your picture there, Madam Speaker's procession is making way into the chamber, and now we take you to the floor of the House. Stay tuned.
Honorable members of Parliament, Madam Speaker.
dancing of Zambia, proud and free, land of wealth and joy in unity, victors in the struggle for the right. We won freedom's fight, oh, one, strong and free. Africa is our own motherland, fashioned with and blessed by God's good hand. Let us, all our people, join as one, brothers under the sun, oh, one, strong and free. One land and one nation is our cry. Dignity and peace in Zambia's sky, like a noble eagle in its flight. Zambia, praise to thee, oh, one, strong and free. Praise be to God, praise be, bless our great Zambia, Zambia, Zambia. Remain we stand under the flag of our land. Zambia, praise to thee, oh, one, strong and free.
Prayer. Almighty God, who in your infinite wisdom and providential goodness has appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of the people, we beseech you to consider with your abundant favor us, your servants, whom you have been pleased to call to the performance of such important responsibilities in this land. Let your blessing descend upon us here in Parliament assembled, and grant that we may, as in your presence, treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country, and of those whose interests you have committed to our charge. Amen. There is one matter for urgent public importance. What's the matter? Honorable Member for Kamfinsa.
Madam Speaker, I'm grateful once again for allowing me to stand on this urgent matter of public importance pursuant to Standing Order 134, directed to the Minister of Water, Development and Sanitation. Madam Speaker, in an area called Ndeke Changa Changa under Kamfinsa constituency, the sewer line that takes sewer out of the township has collapsed in a certain section of the area, and the report that I received from the area councillor, which has been confirmed by the residents, is that sewer is mixing with the water that is used by people, not only for drinking, but for cooking and for washing. It is a very strange phenomenon, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Member, just state the matter of urgent public importance. Just don't debate, just state the matter.
Thank you very much for your guidance. I basically meant to clarify so that the Minister understands fully the problem. Madam Speaker, I direct the matter to the Minister because the issue of sewer mixing with water, Madam Speaker, affects the health care of your people. It affects the quality of water that will be drunk, and I seek your indulgence, Madam Speaker, that this matter needs the very urgent attention of government. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, the matter does not qualify, so it's not admitted. I'm sure the Honorable Minister is aware they are going to take steps about that issue. Can we make some progress? We have a lot of work to do. We'll start with the notes of motion. The way we'll proceed, because of the number of items that we have on the order paper, after the mover of the motion will be seconded. Then I will give 2 members of the PF to support, 1 member from the UPND to oppose. Then the independents, sorry, let me just give guidance. From the UPND, did I say PF? Okay, wow. Okay, let me put it this way then. The movers of the motion, they will be given 2 members to debate. The opposers of the motion, 1, and the independents, whether they are opposing or supporting, or they will be given a chance also. Then after that, the minister will provide the response, and then we wind up. So that is how. So may I have an indication of the members that are going to debate? Thank you for your cooperation. Notes of motion. The Honorable Member for Chairman North.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that this House urges the government to assist small-scale farmers to export maize.
Is the motion seconded?
The motion is seconded by the good people of Kamfinsa constituency.
The question is that in addition to buying maize for strategic reserves, this House urges the government to assist small-scale farmers in cooperatives to export maize through the Food Reserve Agency. Any debate? The Honorable Member for Chairman North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me begin by thanking you most profoundly for giving me this rare opportunity to raise this very important and non-controversial motion, which seeks to urge the government to assist our small-scale farmers in exporting maize. The essence of this motion, Madam Speaker, is to promote the growth of the small-scale agriculture subsector by ensuring that farmers maximize profits from their maize production. This would enable them to improve productivity and graduate into medium and large-scale farmers. In doing so, they would not only be improving their livelihood, but also contributing more to national economic development, job creation, and poverty reduction. Madam Speaker, from onset, I would like to underscore the fact that small-scale farmers are very important to Zambia's agricultural sector, as they account for a higher percentage in terms of production field and output. Through their production, they substantially contribute to entire agricultural output. To emphasize the aforesaid, you may wish to note that small-scale farmers are the main suppliers of maize to the Food Reserve Agency, an institution which is mandated to manage strategic food reserves for the country. Based on the aforementioned, it is undebatable that small-scale farmers are actually the ones feeding the nation and are vital to food security in the country. In this regard, the plight should be a top priority for government and other relevant stakeholders. Madam Speaker, notwithstanding the highlighted contribution, small-scale farmers have largely remained undeveloped and have failed to graduate into medium and large-scale farmers in terms of their production and productivity. This is because successive governments have subdued the price of maize by ensuring that it is not cost-effective for political expedience and to the detriment of small-scale farmers. In addition, small-scale farmers have lacked access to alternative, lucrative, and competitive markets for their maize, which negatively affects their profitability. Madam Speaker, allow me to emphasize that the majority of our small-scale farmers grow maize, which is not only the staple food in Zambia, but also widely consumed in Africa and across the globe in various forms. According to Modern Intelligence, an organization that monitors market trends, Africa consumes about 30% of the total maize produced globally, despite contributing only 7% to the total production. Meanwhile, global cereal demand in 2020 was estimated at 2.1 billion metric tons, with wheat outstripping maize. However, for the first time, it indicated that there will be a major shift in the global cereal demand for maize at 852 million metric tons as compared to wheat at 760 metric tons. This entails that the commodity is in higher demand within African continent and beyond. For instance, in Congo, the price of maize for 50 kg bag was selling at 450 in 2021. In the same year, the average price in Kenya and Zimbabwe was at 380 and 400 kwacha respective. Therefore, it is expected that maize will continue to fetch a premium on the international market. If our small-scale farmers are assisted to export maize to such markets that have high prices, they would maximize their profits and in turn be able to acquire necessary inputs to further improve their productivity and graduate into medium and large-scale farmers. This would easily enable government to remove farmers from the Farmer Input Support Program, FISIP, after 3 years, as the program was initially intended. However, the fact that our farmers are still subjected to low price as determined by FRA means that they are not able to make profits and are not motivated to improve their productivity. This situation forces the government to continuously spend colossal sums of money to subsidize the same farmers over and over again without getting significant benefit. It is in view of this that we find it prudent that our farmers are assisted to access competitive markets so that they can maximize their profits and be able to reinvest for improved output. Madam Speaker, I appreciate the fact that the government has liberalized the trade market for maize, and all farmers are allowed to export their maize to any market, either local or international. However, what we ought to consider is that most of our small-scale farmers lack capacity. They lack capacity to facilitate the sale of their maize to the nearest local markets, let alone the international market. Therefore, through this motion, we are urging government to utilize the same modalities used when procuring maize for strategic reserves, also to collect extra maize and above strategic reserve targets for purpose of selling on behalf of the farmers at a competitive international market prices. Currently, we have a situation where FRA buys maize at a low price from our farmers and exports at a higher price. The profits after paying farmers for the maize supplied accrues only to FRA. What we are proposing, therefore, is that once FRA meets its strategic reserves, I want to repeat, once FRA meets its strategic reserves target by buying maize at a local price, the extra maize from farmers who belong to cooperatives should be exported on their behalf, and proceeds ought to be paid to farmers after deducting logistical fee. Madam Speaker, I'm also aware that there are many concerns that adopting and putting Madam Speaker, I'm also aware that there may be concerns that adopting and putting in place measures to implement the proposal, this motion may jeopardize food security in the country. However, to allay such fears, government can put up a mechanism whereby FRA can only be allowed to export maize once it has reached its target for strategic reserves. In this regard, to guard against farmers who may want to hold on to their maize, a policy be put in place where FRA only exports maize on behalf of the farmers who have sold a certain percentage of their maize for strategic reserves at a determined floor price. This would be a win-win situation in that farmers will be encouraged to produce more maize, sell a certain percentage to FRA for strategic reserves, and export the rest for maximum profit. Ultimately, would be able to see growth among small-scale farmers and the elimination from their perpetual dependence on government for farming inputs. In addition, this would be in line with the 8th National Development Plan, which aims to, among others, promote agricultural productivity, enterprise development, through enhancing access to regional and international markets. Madam Speaker, in conclusion, allow me to reiterate that the small-scale farmers are very important to the agricultural sector and the economy at large. They offer a sure way of creating sustainable employment and reducing poverty. However, most of, if not all of them, lack the capacity to export maize to lucrative markets, as briefcase buyers flood rural areas to buy maize at a cheaper price and in turn make super profits at the expense of the poor rural farmers. As a result, farmers perpetually use outdated methods of farming. Therefore, it is important that they are assisted to export maize to the best markets in order to increase their profits. Doing this would empower them financially and reduce the dependence on government for farming imports. Eventually, they will be able to graduate into medium and large-scale farmers with increased contribution to national economic development, employment creation, and poverty reduction. In this regard, I would like to urge all my honorable members in this House to support this non-controversial and progressive motion which is going to change the lives of our small-scale farmers. With these few remarks, Madam Speaker, I beg to move.
Thank you. Does the seconder wish to speak now or later?
Immediately, Madam Speaker.
The honorable member for Kamfinsa.
I'm grateful, Madam Speaker, for allowing me to make a few comments as well as support the proposal that has been moved by the Member of Parliament for Chama North. May I indicate from the onset, Madam Speaker, and I note with concern that the mover of the motion has taken time to explain what this motion intends to achieve. I will try and simplify the context of the motion for purposes of clarity, for purposes of each one of us appreciating what the mover is trying to communicate to this august House. And I do hope that members will pay very special attention. Madam Speaker, if you go to the website for the Food Reserve Agency, the website reads as a slogan, securing national strategic food reserves, taking wealth to rural Zambia. This is the statement which appears immediately you open the Food Reserve Agency website. So on one hand, Madam Speaker, FRA has done well to manage the issue of strategic food reserves. What the mover of the motion is saying, and for simplicity to all of us who are seated here today, is that when FRA is giving it a target, go and buy strategic food reserves. If it's 1 million metric tons, Madam Speaker, FRA will be given money and they'll buy 1 million tons. At the same time, FRA will buy the extra maize. So what has been happening over the years, Madam Speaker, is that the extra maize which is not needed by the country, the Minister of Agriculture will lift what is called a restriction, and then FRA will export the maize. So when FRA exports the maize, the money doesn't go to that farmer who supplied the excess maize. So what the mover of the motion is basically saying is that in the national budget, we will continue to buy the strategic reserves. We will allocate money through this national budget. If our farmers in Kaputa have grown maize, we'll buy that maize for strategic reasons. But the mover is now saying, in addition to buying the strategic food reserves, whether it's 1 million tons of maize or 2 million tons of maize, farmers now will be helped by FRA. In short, what we are basically saying is that if there's a market in East Africa, and our farmers in Kaputa or Kamfinsa or any constituency, I don't think they are in a position to bring that maize from where they have done the farming into an area where they need to sell the market into East Africa. So the mover is saying, and I support his thinking, that government, through the Food Reserve Agency, and I'm happy that the Food Reserve Act was amended in 2020. The law was amended. Initially, Madam Speaker, we had a law that only gave FRA the mandate to buy strategic reserves. But in the year 2020, through this August House, of course, some of us were not part of Parliament, the law was changed that FRA should be given an extra mandate to export maize. Now, in this case, we are saying, which maize must FRA export? Should they export the food that is meant for strategic reserves? The answer is no. We are basically saying FRA should buy strategic reserves, and FRA should now go to the farmers, get their maize, keep it in the storage sheds, find the market for the farmers, and then export that maize and give the money to the farmer. What that will do, Madam Speaker, is that one, farming will become a serious business. Right now, what is happening, Madam Speaker, and for those who are not aware, if my farmers in Kamfinsa produce maize which they want to sell, someone will go there with money and buy, for instance, at 100 kwacha for a 50 kg bag. Then that person, because they have the financial capacity to go and package and export that maize, they will make close to 650 kwacha on a bag of 50 kg of maize. In short, the farmer was labored to ask for farm inputs. The farmer who has labored to produce the maize only makes 100 kwacha. But because we have businessmen and women who have the money, they'll go and take advantage, buy that maize and export it. Now we are saying FRA should do that for our farmers. We are saying the farmers in Misaka, Ndola Central, should be given the ability to provide the maize and then FRA sells it. And I'm happy that the Minister of Agriculture has joined us. The message to you, Minister of Agriculture, is that we need to change the way agriculture is managed in as far as exports for maize are concerned. Currently, government buys all the maize. When they feel there's enough maize, the extra maize is exported, and the farmer still just retains the floor price. So in this regard, and I hope that members have understood what the mover is trying to say. The mover is saying government should buy the strategic reserves and keep that maize for strategic reasons. Government through FRA should go a step further and ask farmers that you have produced your maize. Instead of you being exploited by people who come and buy the maize, we are going to facilitate exports for you. We are going to sell the maize for you, and we'll give you the money for the maize that we would have sold. The question that will be asked is, who will meet the cost of storage? After the maize is sold on behalf of the farmers in Mazabuka, FRA is going to charge what will be called an administrative fee. The administrative fee, Madam Vice President, will cater for storage. It will cater for all the processes that are involved. And our farmers, Madam Speaker, will remember that government took a decision, a very bold decision, to support the growth of farming. For those who may not appreciate the concept behind this motion, I want to remind you as I conclude that we need to get our farmers out of poverty. How do we get them out of poverty if they are going to sell only food for strategic reasons? We must get them out of poverty by creating a market for them so that our farmers in Chifunabuli can be able to make enough money from the excess maize. So as I conclude, Madam Speaker, the message today is that let's buy food for strategic reasons, but let's also support our farmers to export the maize that is not needed within Zambia. I thank you on behalf of the good people of Kamfinsa constituency.
Thank you. From the Independents, the Honorable Member for Lumezi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for permitting the good people of Lumezi to contribute to this non-controversial motion. To start with, Madam Speaker, permit me to quote from what Professor Oliver Sasa said in his book titled Comparative Economic Advantage of Alternative Agricultural Production Activities in Zambia. On page 6, he says, infrastructure constraints are a hindrance to our agricultural growth as a country. Madam Speaker, indeed for us that represent the rural constituencies, our farmers are crying of poor road networks every day, how to transport their crops to the markets, and then the move of this motion intends to reduce the burden of those farmers by proposing such a motion. And Madam Speaker, I hope our colleagues on the right, for the very first time, they can support such a progressive motion that intends to cure the many challenges that our people are faced with. Madam Speaker, for example, today in Lumezi, they'll cry that the rains have washed away their roads. They cannot transport any crop to FRA, but when FRA is engaged to find a market for them, specifically for the people in these rural setups that have challenges to even find a vehicle in their respective villages or terrains where they grow the maize, this becomes a solution to what the farmers are faced with. Madam Speaker, if you look at how we are set up, us that are members of Parliament and from the rural setup, ordinarily most of us are briefcase buyers of these maize. We buy the maize at a very cheaper price, taking advantage of the farmers in Lumezi, taking advantage of the farmers in Sinda, and then we find our own transport, and you find that we make more profit than the actual farmers if they were given such an added advantage, which will make things appear to be equal between us and the actual farmer in the rural setup. So when FRA comes in to help, we members of parliament that are advantaged by buying maize as briefcase buyers will no longer have that added advantage to our side at the expense of the people. So this motion, Madam Speaker, is curing the many challenges that have been faced by our farmers for a very, very long time, since time immemorial. If at all our colleagues think that we are questioning the food stability in the country, we know that several times FRA has announced to the country that we've got enough food in reserves. So we see no reason why we cannot help sell the maize, or is it soya beans, beyond what is in the reserves. Other than food going bad or our farmers being duped, in most cases you find briefcase buyers that don't move with cash will come with contaminated fertilizer, take advantage of the farmers, and the farmers are losing out. But now when we institutionalize this kind of business, we are safe to say our farmers will not be taken advantage of. So, Madam Speaker, with these few remarks, I support this motion. Thank you.
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
Oh, there is a point of order. The Honorable Minister of Rural Development.
Madam, I was waiting patiently for Honorable Zulu to exhaust his points on this motion. And I rise on order number 65B, which compels us that we must ensure the information we provide to the House is factual and verifiable. Madam, Honorable Zulu has been soliciting for empathy and sympathy from me, his older brother, a senior member, on many occasions where he said, I have been blacklisted from debating in the chamber by the presiding officers. Now I'm surprised to see him debate so freely, Madam Speaker, and happily. Is in order, therefore, to have provided this information and give the impression that he's not allowed to debate in this House? I seek your ruling, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. I don't even know what to say. Honorable members have got all sorts of complaints, so we just have learned to live with them. So honorable members are free to debate within the allowed time. If the time is not available, then unfortunately we can't have everybody debating. for us, we have an open mind. So thank you very much for that. The Honorable Member for Mwandi.
Thank you so very much, Madam Speaker, for allowing the people of Mwandi to contribute to this motion that has been brought on the floor of the House. As the Honorable Member for Lumezi was debating, he made mention that for the first time, let us support the people on the left. So I would first of all want to correct that notion, to say that first of all, there was a motion that came on the floor of this House, which was urging government to create agricultural bank, and that motion was supported by the right. There was a motion that came from the Honorable for Lumezi, I think, if I'm not mistaken, for meal allowances. It was supported by the right. There was another motion that came from the Honorable Member for Kanchivia, urging government to improve the conditions of service for the councillors. It was also supported on the right. So I want to make mention, Madam Speaker, that as the right, we do not support everything that comes, but we support progressive motions. So I just wanted to make sure that I put that on record. Let me make mention, Madam Speaker, that I do not support this motion. And I'll state the reasons why I think this motion is very, very unprogressive. First of all, Madam Speaker, the same mover of the motion has actually made mention the risks that are involved in this motion in regards to food security himself from his own mouth. He has indicated that he knows and is aware that such a motion can bring about instability in regards to food security. As we are Zambians, whoever plays with our Nshima plays with our soul. So already is what? He's touching on something that is very, very important to every Zambian, which is our staple food, the Nshima. So he is in a position to know that there will be a challenge in regards to what? To food security. So why would you bring such a motion to come and destabilize our staple food, which is Nshima? Madam Speaker, let me also make mention. The new Dawn government has created an enabling environment for every person that wants to do business out there. And let me go back and read this motion again. Sorry, I'm asking for it. This motion is targeting one farmer who is farming only maize. Madam Speaker, how about that farmer who is farming tomatoes? We see what happens at Soweto in this country, where the tomatoes go to waste. Are we saying that we urge government also to buy tomatoes on behalf of the farmers? Madam Speaker, we cannot segregate the farmers that are also doing sweet potatoes, especially in my constituents. Am I going to come here and raise a motion to say that you go and buy for the sweet potatoes on behalf of farmers in Mwandi? No. So, Madam Speaker, the ones that are doing pigs, the ones that are doing animal farming, all of those, why are these? How about those ones that are keeping vinkubalas? Are we saying that we are going to buy vinkubalas on their behalf because, they are going to waste? Madam Speaker, this motion does not sit very well. I've said, Madam Speaker, the new Dawn government has created an enabling environment. Unless if this honorable member can come to this house and say that he went to the Minister there of Agriculture and he was denied the permit. Our farmers, we've created loans through CEC. There are loans through CDF. There are loans through small and medium enterprises. This is the time that we Zambians should be able, we should not ask what our country or our government will do for us. Let's also ask ourselves, what can we do for our government? They have created this environment for us to be able to thrive. So what is there is that if you have maize in excess, you form a cooperative. Actually, even if you don't have money to buy that maize, there are so many platforms that the government has provided for you to be able to export that maize. After you form that cooperative or as an individual, go and see the Minister of Agriculture. After you've seen the minister, he will give you the export permit. Surely, we should stop politicizing certain things. This motion is political. from the people that wants to show the Zambians that they care a lot for them, when they failed to care for them at that time. So this kind of motions are motions. It's a BID motion. Madam Speaker, I think I've debated for 5 minutes. Really, even if I continue, the mover there was saying, when they're exporting, there will be improved farming techniques. What's the correlation between you exporting maize and improved farming techniques? Where is the correlation? There's no correlation whatsoever, Madam Speaker. So, like I've said, the expert permits are there. The environment is very, very much enabling. Form cooperatives. Go and get the expert permits and export. And us as the new Dawn government, we cannot segregate certain farmers from other farmers. You cannot just come and pinpoint one kind of farm. How about the ones that are doing soybeans? Madam Speaker, looking at that, our order paper is loaded. Let me leave the 2 minutes so that we can continue with other business. This motion is a BID. I submit.
Thank you, honorable members. If you want to raise a point of order, please do indicate, unless if you don't have, indicate showing that you want to raise a point of order. That doesn't tell me that you want to raise a point of order, unfortunately. Let's make progress. The honorable member for Kanchivia.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to debate this motion. From the word go, Madam Speaker, I wish to place on record that the people of Kanchivia would support this motion, and we're going to put a proviso. And I want to put this proviso from the word go, that we're at a point where we must be talking about exportation of maize, but maize products, value addition, Madam Speaker. And so in supporting my brother, the honorable member, I want to say that this provides an opportune time for us, both on this side and on the side of the executive, to rethink and reflect on FISIP. Over the last 20 years, Madam Speaker, the FISIP, as we know, has not delivered on the expectations, on the set outcomes with regard to empowering and repositioning the smallholder farmer. Madam Speaker, we are seated with a population of over 3 million smallholder farmers. And at the moment, we're only reaching out to 1 million smallholder farmers. What the motion must be telling us is that a time has come for us to rethink how we deal with this commodity called maize, depoliticize it, take advantage of the markets obtaining both within Zambia as well as beyond this country. Madam Speaker, the situation we have between Ukraine and Russia provides an opportunity, because we know that production of crops such as maize and wheat will go down. And this provides Zambia with an advantage because of the comparative advantage we have as a country. Out of the potential that we must maximize as a country, Madam Speaker, we're only using around about 15%. This motion, Madam Speaker, is saying that we must be focusing on creating market linkages for our smallholder farmers. This motion should also tell us that we need to go beyond maize. Much as maize would be a broad term, let's go to maize products. Let's export mealie meal as opposed to exporting maize. Let's export cornflakes. Let's export other products that come out of maize. The value addition which I want to believe the executive also preaches about. The moment we just restrict ourselves to exporting maize in the strict word of this, in the strict meaning of the word, Madam Speaker, we'll be exporting jobs to other countries. And so at this point, in supporting my dear brother, the mover and the seconder, in supporting the mover and the seconder, Madam Speaker, and I honor the Vice President, what we are saying is that the moment has come for us to rethink FISIP, and I know the Minister would agree with me, that if we are going to maximize and live to the vision and aspirations of the national trade policy, which says that Zambia must become a net exporter. But a net exporter of what? It must become a net exporter of value-added products. And so my brother is correct in setting this tone. But we must go further and saying, as we export maize, let us focus on exporting value-added products. Madam Speaker.
All the honorable members, there's too much noise in the background. Can we allow the honorable member for Kanchivia to debate? May the honorable member proceed?
Madam Speaker, it's my dear sister from Mwandi who deprived comrades from... Madam Speaker, FISIP was introduced, as I said, in 2002 as a temporal measure. And the time has come for us, and I think this is a challenge, a difference that the Ministry of Agriculture can make in this sector is to rethink FISIP, to move away from the box, because the box does not even exist in the first place. The intentions as of 2022 were well intended, but 20 years later, a time has come for us to rethink how do we help that farmer in Kanchibia to export excess maize and not be exploited by a briefcase farmer from Tungu village. We must move to say, how do we ensure that value addition takes center stage in terms of maize, and ensuring that we put and we empower the smallholder farmer across the country. So, Madam Speaker, the people of Kanchibia's opinion on this particular motion is that it's a good motion. Yes, we can do some fine-tuning to it, but what we're saying is that, yes, there can be exportation of maize, but we must also look at exporting value-added products. It must not even happen, Madam Speaker, that in this day and age, Zambia must be talking about smuggling. The reason why we're talking about smuggling as a country is because there is demand for this particular product. And we have an opportunity to do what is right with this particular product. Madam Speaker, with those few words, the people of Kanchibia submit in support of this motion.
Thank you. The honorable member for Chilubi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving the people of Chilubi an opportunity. The people of Chilubi would like to establish that the motion is anchored on Section 5 of FRA Act as amended in 2020. Madam Speaker, coming from the rural constituency, I want to state that 80% of our people are surviving through agriculture activities as an activity for economic survival. Madam Speaker, what is before us is an issue of exploitation versus capacity, especially for the peasant farmer. If that be the case, what we are trying to fight is poverty linked to vulnerability. And looking at that, the section that I earlier on referred to is talking about designated crops. And if the section I referred to is talking about designated crops, the farmer currently, who is the peasant farmer in this case, we have a strata of who a peasant farmer is. We have peasant farmers under the Ministry of Community Development who are benefiting from wetland fertilizers and all that, and are expected to graduate into the FISIP. Those that are under FISIP are expected to graduate from FISIP so that they stand on their own. Excuse me, young man, what do you know? So, when we look at that, what we are trying to emphasize is an issue of graduation of these farmers. And how do we create capacity for them to understand properly? What we are emphasizing on here, we could not go to the wild and fish around on a fishing expedition. We are emphasizing on putting premium on maize. And why we are putting premium on maize is because when you scan the agriculture sector, this is a cash crop that is giving those farmers who are within the 80% that I referred to, that is making them, which has an available market locally as well as internationally. How we are factoring in this is an issue of what is the cost of fertilizer if this farmer graduated from the ordinary government support, which includes those under the community development as well as Ministry of Agriculture supported. If we are to go by the statistics, currently we have got 3 million farmers that are supposed to benefit from fertilizer, which we are not even capturing because we may not just take money in one ministry to support or to subsidize. If that be the case, it means we need to create capacity within the citizenry so that those that survive using agriculture can have the markets. What question are we trying to answer here is, do the government as a dream facilitator through FRA as an institution of government facilitates because the farmer cannot do the logistics properly to reach Nakonde and other outlets where this maize can be. I want to adopt the debate by the Rumezi MP as my own debate, which brings in the challenges of infrastructure, especially roads linked to this. If it's in my place, I will even talk about embankments and canals where you have to transport all these factors. So it's a complicated world we are talking about here, which should not be brought in tomatoes, onions, and other things, but maize, premium on maize. So if we are to scan Section 5 of the FRA, it does facilitate that the farmer can be supported. What we are supposed to agree, as I heavily support this motion, is the mechanism. Do we go the individual route or do we go the cooperative route? That is what we are supposed to agree today. We are not supposed to say that this is a BID motion unless you don't come from a rural area like myself. Yes, so if you come from a rural area like myself, you are actually supposed to be up in arms to support this particular motion. So, if what we are saying today is we are empowering, it's actually helping government not to have too much pressure on the treasury so that the farmers that we are going to empower next season, they can have the leverage to bargain properly. Comrade Mposha, can you allow the people of Chirubi to flow? So that they can have the muscle.
Order, honorable member. Just concentrate on the debate.
Yes, I've ignored him, Madam Speaker.
Don't engage the other honorable members.
Yeah, so that they can have the muscle to buy into the UPND manifesto that is talking about agriculture as a business, to buy into the 8th National Development Plan that, among other things, is trying to promote diversification of the economy from a mineral-driven one to an agriculture economy. So, if that's what we mean, I do not see that we should even stand here and start debating against this motion, because it's a motion that is supported by the UPND manifesto. It is the motion that is further supported by the 8th National Development Plan, unless some people don't read their own documents. The UPND manifesto is very strong about taking agriculture as a business. The National Development Plan is very strong about taking agriculture as a business. So in this case, what we are trying to do is to support government to implement through this particular motion, so that at the end of the day, the farmer can be empowered and we remove the farmer from poverty associated with vulnerability. With these few words, Madam Speaker, the people of Chirubi would like to rest their suitcase. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Order, thank you. The Honorable Minister of Agriculture to respond.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. First and foremost, I would like to thank all the people that have debated by first acknowledging that the mover of the motion debated very well. The seconder of the motion also debated very well. And Madam Speaker, I must say that literally all the people who debated had very, very strong points. However, one cannot ignore the last speaker because he actually summarized everything very, very well. He said, and I quote, "The issue here is to decide which path to take. Is it the individual path or is it the cooperative path?" And that answers to the question which is on the floor of the House this afternoon. May I say, Madam Speaker, that the UPND government acknowledges that Zambia currently is encouraging private-led development. We should not ignore that. That is our policy, and it is a very, very important item to take note. We are encouraging private-led development. It would therefore be a wrong path to start encouraging development which is supposed to be private-led and giving it to government public institutions. I think for the UPND, it is very clear that is not our path. In fact, Madam Speaker, it was not even PF's path. Neither was it MMD's path. I will stop there because maybe UNIP was combining the two. So given this situation, I do not see why this House would sit and debate so strongly about a motion which is slightly not aligned to the development agenda of the current government. In short, it will simply not happen that we can take something which is supposed to be private-led and give it to government. Let me now, Madam Speaker, emphasize why. The Food Reserve Agency mandate, which I can see people have read, and it is very nice to hear honorable members speak very strongly, is very clear. The Food Reserve Agency is not there to start looking for export market for the farming community in Zambia. The Food Reserve Agency main mandate would be to keep what the farmers have grown so that the country can be secure for a given period of time. So it is national food security. I know that the Act was amended. The Act was amended to allow the Food Reserve Agency to trade in maize and other crops. Of course, locally and indeed export, but not on behalf of the farmers. But what it has, it can export the way it can be allowed to export now. Secondly, Madam Speaker, we do have the Zambia Cooperative Federation already sitting in place. I would therefore encourage Honorable Mtachalo and the Seconder, let us, the three of us, and any of the members who would like to join us, let us engage the Zambia Cooperative Federation to say, here's an opportunity for you to prosper and to safeguard the interest of the small-scale farmers who indeed are incapable and are not able to export maize and go through the vagaries of the export trade. So together, Honorable Mtachalo, the Seconder, please come to the office. Let us engage the Chief Executive of the ZCF, who is Mr. Chirwa, so that we can move him into adopting what you have said. To take that to the Food Reserve Agency would be a misplacement of, the right thinking. Your thinking is very right, but it is not well placed on FRL. The Ministry of Agriculture, Madam Speaker, the Minister of Agriculture, and I mean this not in any way disrespectful to Honorable Mtachalo, not at all. If I gave that indication, I withdraw. But I'm saying what you are saying is correct, but you are targeting a wrong institution. So together, let's target the right institution, and that is ZCF. Madam Speaker, as the ministry, we give export permits, and the Honorable Madam was very, very clear about that. So if we, and I've always said, we members here should coordinate activities for the small-scale farmers in our constituencies because we are able. We are very able. Honorable Chitaru, seated there, is able to coordinate for Mansa. Honorable for Kawambwa, I don't know, there he is. He's able to coordinate for Kawambwa. Very able man. There he is for all of us to see. This morning, Madam Speaker, I had a very good meeting with a Zambian company which is dealing in potatoes, Buyabamba, which has cooperated with others and are calling themselves Zambian potatoes. They are exporting potatoes. It is wrong to say that we are not here to talk about beans, potatoes, what? We are talking about maize. No. Agriculture is not about maize. Agriculture is not about FISIP alone. It covers a very wide range of crops. So let us, as we discuss, look at what is happening in other sectors. Buyabamba, through Zambian potatoes, are exporting potatoes to South Africa, to Namibia, and to other countries in Africa. That is what we should be doing. There is no Zambian government intervention. Our role is through the president to extend the market for them. Our role is through the ministry to expand the production of Irish potatoes. That is what we should be doing. Not saying, give these potatoes to FRA or to this company, government company to do it. No. Private enterprise is the best enterprise to manage this type of activity. Yes, Madam Speaker, I agree with you, with the Honorable Member for Kanchivia, that we should rethink FISIP. We are rethinking FISIP, and in the next few days, as we present our budget, you'll be peeping into what FISIP will be looking like, because we have realized that now, if we delay on fertilizer, the whole country wants to hang the people responsible as if we are here just for fertilizer. We are not here just for fertilizer. We are here to look at a broader spectrum of the agricultural sector. Madam Speaker, I think I have answered sufficiently. In conclusion, and in very clear terms, I would like to urge the House not to support what the mover has asked, not because it is wrong, but because it can be handled by a different vehicle which we have. So for today, we should not support this particular motion. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Chairman North, winding up debate.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First and foremost, I want to take this opportunity to thank the seconder of this motion for having seconded this motion with a lot of vigor. And also, I want also to thank all those who have debated, particularly the Member of Parliament for Lumezi, the Member of Parliament for Chiluvi, the Member of Parliament for Kanchivia, and the Member of Parliament for Mwandi. And also the Minister of Agriculture. I do understand that in a democracy, others support, others would not support. But I think the New Dawn government has lost a window of opportunity actually to uplift millions of our poor farmers, especially in rural areas. I've listened attentively to the debates, and I think the Minister of Agriculture agrees with me that the small-scale farmer has no capacity to export. We have been talking about allowing these permits for all these years, but a poor farmer in Muchini, in Mwandi, they have no capacity to hire a vehicle and export maize to Congo. That's why many countries are coming to the aid of their people. Zambia is a developing country. We must realize that we have not reached that stage. We are not a developed country at all. We are a developing country. That's why countries like China, you find that they are parastatals, companies which are involved in business. So I think, I feel that the people of Zambia are able to listen from these debates and will be able to make an informed decision. We have been complaining about the Farmer Input Support Program here. If you look at the budget for FISIP, it actually supersedes RIA. when less than 31% of Zambia don't have access to electricity. So if there was that opportunity where farmers would be able to sell their maize, maybe 50 kg at 800 kwacha, surely you expect farmers to buy their own farming imports. You look at the budget for infrastructure, budget for water, and so on. You find that the budget for farmer import support program is above that. So I feel that yes, people have been talking about the value chain. Yes, there must be a stage. At this point, small-scale farmers cannot buy a milling company and start exporting maize. These things are in process. Today, you can allow farmers, small-scale farmers, to export maize. Tomorrow, they will be able to graduate at that level where they'll be able actually to export feed to other countries. But at the moment, our small-scale farmers do not have that capacity. Indeed, someone was talking about segregation. What segregation are we talking about? Because FRA does not buy tomatoes. Do they buy tomatoes on behalf of farmers? They don't. So even the current FRA system, they're only buying specific crops. So I think it is wrong for us to say that this motion is segregating, we are only targeting at maize. Maize, we must realize that the majority of our people, especially we rural constituencies, members of parliament, they grow maize. They have been growing maize from time immemorial. Today, we cannot run away from that fact that every member of parliament here, they spend sleepless nights, especially those from rural areas, because of issues of fertilizer. You'd imagine if FRA had that opportunity to export maize even to Congo and these other countries. I don't think that the Minister of Agriculture, my brother, Mr. Honorable Mtoro, people would have a headache, would have been having headache over fertilizer because they would be able to buy their own farming input. That's what is happening in other countries. If you go to Asia, rice growing countries, they have a mechanism where small growers of rice, they are helped to export rice to Africa. So indeed, I don't see this to be wrong. I think we have missed a window of opportunity. This was going actually to help many small scale farmers to graduate and also mechanize their businesses, because indeed it is not fair that our farmers have continued to be using a hoe 58 years after independence. So with those few remarks, I just want to urge this August House that please let's support this motion by voting yes. By saying that, I think it will be uplifting millions and millions of our people out of the jaws of poverty. With those few remarks, Madam Speaker, I submit.
I put the question. The question is that in addition to buying maize for strategic reserves, this House urges the government to assist small-scale farmers in cooperatives to export maize through the Food Reserve Agents. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary say no. The noes, I think the noes have it. The question is negative. I think that resolves the matter. The clerk will now read the order of the day.
Estimates of revenue and expenditure, including capital and constitutional and statutory expenditure, Committee of Supply, resumption of committee work.
The House will now resolve into committee.
order. When business was interrupted yesterday, Tuesday, 29th November 2022, the Committee of Supply on the Estimates of Revenue and Expenditure for the year 1st January 2023 to 31st December 2023 was presented to the National Assembly in September 2022, had just concluded considering Head 87, Anti-Corruption Commission. We now move to Head 51, Ministry of Transport and Logistics. Head 51, Ministry of Transport and Logistics, General Policy Debate, the Honorable Minister of Transport and Logistics Policy Statement.
Chairperson, I am profoundly grateful for this kind permission to allow me present the 2023 Budget Policy Statement for the Ministry of Transport and Logistics to this August House. Derived from the portfolio functions outlined in Gazette Notice number 1123 of 2021, the Ministry is mandated with the responsibility of formulating and administering policies and strategies in the transport and logistics sector. The Ministry is also responsible for government vehicles, provision of pontoon services, government printing services, and repair and maintenance of government office equipment. Chairperson, with the leave of the House, allow me to review the current budget performance. The budget allocation for the Ministry of Transport and Logistics in 2022 was 462.8 million and a supplementary budget of 66.7 million, bringing the budget total provision to 529.5 million. The funding as at 15th November 2022 was 513.5 million, representing 97%. Chairperson, allow me to underscore some of the achievements recorded by my ministry in 2022, sector by sector, as follows. In the railway subsector, completion of repair works on the Chambeshi Bridge in September 2022. The bridge had suffered extensive damage from a goods train accident that occurred on 13th May 2021, which led to the suspension of the usage of the bridge. Government had to release slightly over 100 million kwacha to pay all salary arrears for Tazara workers on the Zambian side up to September 2022. Currently, the government is reviewing the options of revitalizing Tazara and will soon be engaging Tanzania with the view of bringing China on board. Further, the ministry embarked on the reconstruction of the Wombwe Bridge on the Mlobezi railway line to improve reliability of train operations and enhance the quality of services. In an effort to curb accidents at level crossings and rampant derailments, government released a total of 5.2 million for track maintenance and installation of level crossing signages and barriers. In the aviation subsector, Chairperson, government embarked on the completion of Kasama Airport runway, which is expected to be completed by end of December 2022. Further, parking charges for aircrafts for both domestic and international operators in all the airports operated by Zambia Airports Corporation Limited have been reduced. Chairperson, in the maritime subsector, the ministry commenced the devolution of some maritime and pontoon services to the local authorities following the approval of the sector devolution plans by Cabinet. The ministry also rehabilitated and expanded the Ngabwe pontoon from 25 metric tons to 35 metric tons. The ministry has likewise rehabilitated the Chavuma pontoon. The ministry is currently rehabilitating and expanding the pontoon at Kabompo from 25 metric tons to 35 metric tons. The Luango pontoon has started operating after it was moved from Kazungula. Chairperson, in the road subsector, the ministry finalized the development of the road safety strategy that provides guidance on road safety activities. On the decentralization of RATSA services, 12 more local authorities were delegated to offer motor vehicle licensing functions, and these include Mwense, Mbala, Kasempa, Kafiwe, Mumbwa, Kawompo, Mwinlunga, Kapirimposhi, Luangwa, Nyimba, Lundazi, and Kaoma. Challenges for 2022. Chairperson, notwithstanding these achievements, the ministry had challenges such as 1. Inadequate office accommodation to cater for all officers in the realigned ministry. Number 2, inadequate long-term financing sources for railway and maritime infrastructure and related programs. 3, inadequate and unreliable rail infrastructure coupled with insufficient and unreliable rolling stock. Number 4, encroachments on railway, aviation, road, and maritime land affecting future expansions and modernization of infrastructure. And lastly, number 5, theft of railway material, especially railway line. Key activities to be implemented in 2023. Chairperson, in the year 2023, the ministry proposes to spend 519,768,775 kwacha. This allocation represents a decrease of 1.83% compared to the 2022 allocation of 529,474,864 kwacha. From this allocation, 68,287,941 kwacha is for personal emoluments, 268,314,316 kwacha for program implementation, and 144,275,962 kwacha is for procurement of assets. The ministry targets to raise revenues amounting to 869,973,834 kwacha from its various revenue streams. Chairperson, in terms of administration and reforms, the focus will be on the following. Number 1, implementation of the Ministry of Transport and Logistics Strategic Plan 2022 to 2026. Number 2, development of a national logistics policy. 3, devolution of some maritime and pontoon functions to local authorities. 4, dismantling of arrears for infrastructure, goods, services, and personal emoluments. 5, repeal and replacement of the maritime laws and the Railways Act. In the aviation sector, the focus will be upgrading of Mongo and Solwezi airports. Number 2, ensuring the completion of aviation infrastructure at Kenneth Kaunda International Airport, at Simon Mwansaka Pwepo International Airport, and Mbala Airport. And 3, commence construction of Kasaba Bay Airport. All this is aimed at improving air connectivity to ease movement of both passengers and cargo. In the water transport subsector, the focus will be on the devolution of harbour infrastructure, pontoons, and dredging equipment to the local authorities. The ministry will, however, ensure improvement of legal and operational reforms in order to ease water transport and promote tourism and trade. Chairperson, in the railway subsector, the ministry will focus on the recapitalization of Zambia Railways Limited and Tanzara to ensure they become self-sustaining through increased rolling stock and rehabilitation of railway infrastructure to aid robust linkages to more seaports. In addition, focus will be on reforming the railway sector to facilitate its development and enhance participation of private sector through open access regulations. In the road subsector, the focus will be on scaling up road safety education and enforcement and modernization of road traffic management by greater use of ICT to manage and monitor road traffic with the aim of reducing accidents and fatalities. Chairperson, the above mentioned are the ministry's priority programs for 2023 and are aligned to the President's speech to the second session of the 13th National Assembly, the 8th National Development Plan, and the 2023 budget speech. Chairperson, at this juncture, kindly permit me to seek the unwavering support for this 2023 proposed budget for the Ministry of Transport and Logistics from my honorable colleagues, for which support I remain indebted, and I thank them in anticipation. Chairperson, I thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kanengo is from where? Mr. Kanengo, you start with you haven't given your maiden speech? You can start with your maiden speech.
Madam Chairperson, I sincerely thank you for according me this opportunity to deliver my maiden speech in this August House. Specifically, I'm grateful to Honorable Elisha Matambo, MP, the Copperbelt Provincial Minister, Honorable Frank Tayari, MP, Minister of Transport and Logistics, Honorable Lloyd Lubosha, MP for Chifubu, and many other MPs and ministers that supported me during my campaigns. Madam Chairperson, my gratitude also goes to Mr. Henry Walia, UPND Kabushi constituency chairperson, and his team for their dedication and great guidance in my political journey for pursuing Kabushi parliamentary seat. I cannot thank you enough because you stood by my side and gave me enduring support from August 2021 general election up to the recently held by-election that ensured that the people of Kabushi redeem themselves by voting in leaders that cares for them. Madam Chairperson, as you may be aware, the August 2021 general election period was not an easy time as citizens faced several challenges, including electoral violence. Despite the challenges, the people of Zambia were brave enough to vote out oppressive government that made most of us vulnerable to attacks and brutality. On that premise, allow me to express further appreciation to the people of Kabushi constituency for the dedication and commitment to elect His Excellency Mr. Akahinde Ichilema as the 7th Republican President. Indeed, our struggle was not in vain because we can now see that we have a president whose focus is to activate development through methodical, meaningful, and positive effect. Madam Chairperson, during the 2021 general election, Kabushi constituency was infamously notorious in the political space owing to electoral violence and other unlawful conducts by the party in power at that time. The chaos became the basis of our petition, which we won in the courts of law and subsequently became the duly elected Member of Parliament for Kabushi constituency. Madam Chairperson, permit me to remind the incumbent and those politicians with aspiration of representing people at different levels that we can never win power by using force and violence. And if at any point this happens, it's important that we fight it and ensure that democracy prevail over such vices. Madam Chairperson, the people of Kabushi constituency have desire for real development in the past decade, ranging from clean water, sanitation, adequate health posts, good roads infrastructure, empowerment programs to ensure sustainable development. This is the main reason the good people of Kabushi constituency saw it fit to elect UPND to represent them in this August House so that together we can take development to Kabushi. Additionally, I want to tell the country that the people of Kabushi are very happy with His Excellency Mr. Akainde Hichilema's policy fulfillment of free education, employment of 11,000 health workers, 30,000 teachers, recruitment at Zambia Correctional Service, Zambia Air Force, Zambia Army, Zambia National Service. I am very confident that soon recruitments will be done in other security wings like Zambia Police Service. This is what we meant when we said we will fix the country by changing lives of ordinary Zambians. Madam Chairperson, I'm aware the need of empowering young people, women, and the aged of Kabushi constituents. My office will ensure timely giving of empowerment to vulnerable, viable people of Kabushi constituents that will help curb different social issues such as poverty, jobs, and wealth creation. Madam Chairperson, during my campaign, I made a commitment to the people of Kabushi constituents to fight tenaciously for their interests and work towards a political culture that promotes teamwork, respect, empathy to deliver the needed outcome for the people of Kabushi constituents. And indeed, I'm reassuring them the same today in this August House. Madam Speaker, the people of Kabushi constituents are vibrant, ready, eager to work together in ascertaining the developmental agenda policy of His Excellency Mr. Akainde Hichilema. Madam Chairperson, the people of Kabushi constituents also understand that there are plenty of things that an MP cannot do alone. They also understand that with concerted effort from them as a community, with the support from the MP and government, civil society, they can make real headways to achieve community developmental goals. These efforts must be encouraged and have been organized through visible, energetic, and positive leadership, and indeed I shall move in this direction as I lead the people of Kabushi constituency. As I wind up, allow me to congratulate my elder brother, Mr. Abe Omulenga, for MP, for winning Kwacha constituency by election. I drew strength from him during the by-election as we faced similar challenges. I also say congratulations to all UPND candidates who won the by-elections which were held across the country, and reminding the elected leaders to reflect and represent the will of the people. As I conclude, Madam Speaker, allow me to say thank you to my lovely, beautiful, prayerful, hard-working wife, Beatrice Mwewa, and the family for standing by my side, supporting me through my political career. Above all, Madam Chairperson, I want to say thank to Almighty God for His mercies and love upon my life. Even as I save the people of Kabushi, I send God before me in all the activities I shall undertake for the people of Kabushi constituency. Madam Chairperson, let us unite in partnership and make joint commitment to make this parliament worthwhile. Let us be the change our past, present, and future want to see. I thank you, Madam Chairperson. Madam Chairperson, Madam Chairperson, it's my time now to debate on the issue that the Honorable Minister of Logistics, of Transport and Logistics has brought on the floor. I want to support the Minister's statement and the policies for the fact that we all know that before UPND came in government, the PF government, they are the police which they introduced and borrowed money outside the country, and they were boasting to say, we have got 8,000 rinki Zambia, using the Eurobond. As of today, the people of Kavushi are bearing the consequences. We are paying the loans, and yet we did not benefit from the same Eurobond. Yeah. Madam Speaker, the idea of renovating the rail line will help us to improve the economy. Why am I saying so? The answer is very simple, Madam Speaker. The previous governments have been spending colossal sums of money to build substandard roads which were even overpriced. Yes. So for this reason, it will help us. All those earth cargo materials must be put on the rail, and the right materials must be moved by the road. Yes. Madam Speaker, I support the motion on the floor. I say thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Katuta.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, for giving the voice of Chiengi to add voice to this very important budget line, which is also a very close line ministry to my heart. Madam Chair, the minister spoke about things like rail lines. I would also like to add a way to that. Madam Chair, if we look at what is happening on our roads, if you're driving from Kabwe, just from Kabwe or from Chisamba up to Ndola, you are driving on a very dangerous road, I think, which qualifies to be the most dangerous road in Zambia. If this ministry can work together together with other foreign companies in order to try and agree to start ferrying their goods using the rail line. I was very happy and impressed to hear some of the repairs that are being done. But I really have a really big challenge. I was hoping to hear that this ministry is in talks with the SADC region so that they can change that agreement which they have, Zambia has. I remember when I was a member of Committee for Transport and Communication, these are the things that we talked about when we went to Tanzania. We've seen that most of goods are being carried on the road, which are not even supposed to. In other developed countries, like the USA, some of these goods are supposed to be, even Germany, I've seen that, they're supposed to be on the rail line. But if we're going to continue allowing our colleagues from these other countries still driving on our roads, carrying copper on the road, our roads will continue getting damaged, and at the end of the day, this country will be having those roads which are so dangerous to the Zambians. So I would like the minister to look into that and to see to it that maybe they can reverse that agreement to renegotiate in that bilateral agreement. Madam Speaker, he talked about the pontoons. There used to be a pontoon at Kazungula before the bridge was built or constructed. I was hoping that pontoon maybe would be given to people of Katanga village in Imporokoso. That's where we have a farm block. There's a new farm block there which is supposed to be developed, but it cannot be developed because no one can take an excavator or anything across Wangwa River. So I would like to, I was hoping I would hear that this pontoon has been taken to such a place. I would also like to talk about the issue of encroaching on Zambia Railway's rail lines. Madam Chair, if you just drive towards is it Chipata Hospital or Clinic, there's a house which is just, I think, 10 meters, if not 20 meters away from the rail line. If there'll be a goods train there carrying maybe sulfuric acid, we are expecting a catastrophe there, a disaster, and the people in that house, or those who are living in those houses, they're likely to die. So I think the government should look into compensating these people and to ask them to move away from their houses so that in the future, the rail lines can have the 50 meters which is stipulated in our constitution. I saw that the minister talked about half wages. I mean, half of it looks like the half of the total budget is going towards the salaries. Madam Chair, I would have loved to hear that RATSA is being empowered and we're going to have more officers in RATSA. When you drive around 01 or 02, using Great North Road, trucks and buses, you meet them on the road. And we don't have enough of manpower from RATSA. And I'm also expecting that the minister would give us a report on what they're likely to do, to help these truckers or those who drive along such roads, highways, with SOS. That we don't have SOSs in Zambia. You'll be in a place, you have a breakdown, and you cannot even be able to communicate to anyone. But if we would have such SOS on the road.
Honorable member, there's an indication for a point of order. Mr. Fube, what is your point of order?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My point of order is in line with 202, privileges of members of parliament. To be specific, number 1, number 4, and number 5. Before I walked out with everybody, now they have included, I know, but I'm going to raise this point of order. Before I walked out with everybody, which is my right, when I came in, I was supposed to be actually second to Honorable Kano, but I found that the IT had removed my name. It was not even appearing. It's after I've written a note that I think that they have. Hello. The Bosch system.
Order, Mr. Fube, that is not a phone call, please.
Yes, the point of order, Madam Speaker.
What is your point of order? Can we give him chance? What is your point of order?
Yes, they have just included my name now that I've written to them. Yes.
Thank
no,
you.
but come on, don't play with my privileges.
Mr. Fube, can you please take your seat? Mr. Fube, in such a situation, that is administration. And you cannot rise on a point of order on an issue that deals with administration. All you were supposed to do is just to write a note to ICT so that they include you back on the list. That's all, but not rising on a point of order on something that is administration. Ms. Katuta, you may continue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was talking about road furnitures. I think the road furnitures, the Ministry of Transport and Communication should work together with the Ministry of Infrastructure. We've had a lot of accidents. I've never seen such a country which does not have road furniture on highways like our roads we have in Zambia. Sometimes you just see the RATSA office coming up from some place, stopping you that you are overspeeding. And when you look at the place they're talking about of overspeeding, when you look at that place, there's no sign for you to know that this is what I'm supposed to do, 40, 60, or 80. So those are the things that we should look into. And also, I was expecting this ministry to increase the budget to give more money to, when you talked about buying assets, to buy more of these tow trucks. Great North Road is a danger, together with Great Copper Belt Road from Lusaka. You find trucks on the road which have got breakdowns, and there's no one to remove those trucks from these roads. I think these are the areas I would want to see that this House, we are ready to increase the funding or allocation of the budget because it concerns the lives of the Zambians. And I would want also to emphasize on the issue of trucks, buses, to stop moving at night unless the ministry has lifted the SI, which was done by the previous regime, to stop trucks and buses moving at night. This can only be, be successive if this ministry starts to work maybe with also the traffic cops. Because I always wonder, why would I meet a truck or a bus 01 on the road? Where is it coming from? But it has passed through the roadblocks. So I think these are the challenges that this ministry should look into. And also as a House, we should support that. We increase the budget in terms of also of salaries so that we have more rights officers, because as of now they're not being so much effective. I support the budget line. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Mabenga.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Chair, for giving the people of Mlowezi this opportunity to debate on the budget on the floor. The Ministry of Transport and Logistics has got 5 programs: air, road, railway, marine, maritime, and government assets. I'm going to concentrate on the rail and the road. First of all, let me give a background to the railway system. The railway line from Chingola to Livingstone was built in 1902 and completed in 1907. The railway line from Mlowezi to Livingstone was built from 1923 to 1924. Now, the tonnage on the road currently is 800,000 tons per year. The designed tonnage on these Zambia railways is 60 million, which means we are underperforming at the moment by 5.2 tons. Now, the reason being that there hasn't been maintenance on our railway system, and also there hasn't been any recapitalization. So we are appealing to the minister that let's find equity partners to actually give us money to improve the railway system. We used to have the rail cars in those past, but now they are no longer there because of the system, which is very bad. Also, in terms of tonnage, the people that have moved away from the rail to the road because the railway system is very bad. Government tried to have a system to force the transporters to go back on the road in 2018 by having a statutory instrument number 18 or number 7 of 2018. But people, they have gone back to the road because the Zambia Railways has no capacity to actually implement that SI. So there's no capacity, they can't prosecute, they can't follow anybody. So we are appealing to the minister that statutory instrument, we must find a mechanism of forcing these people from, instead of using the road, they should go back on the train. Because the road asset, we are trying to preserve it. At the moment, it's very costly to maintain these roads. They are too many and they are too very costly. So we want the cargo to go back on the train. When we come to Mlowezi train, I would like to thank the minister for having given us money on the Bombe Bridge. However, since the permanent way or the railway line is very old, it can only carry maximum of 18 wagons. At the moment, it's carrying less, and there's a lot of congestion on the train, and it draws most of the time, especially now we're going into the rain season. So let's spend money on the maintenance of the railway lines. Now, there was the budget line we're told that there will be 3 million tons of copper in the next 9 years, which means we need to find a way how we are going to transport this copper from Zambia to somewhere else, preferably Wales Bay, which means we need a rail system to be improved.
Order, honorable members, there are too many loud side talks. If it's very important for you, you've got the right to go and caucus outside so that we do not disturb the proceedings in the House. Can we speak in very, very low voices or maybe step aside? Thank you. You may continue, Mr. Mabenga.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Now, we need a railway line from Livingstone, Mlowezi, Sesheke, to connect to Namibia so that the railway line, the copper can move along that road to Wales Bay. When we come to the budget has been increased from 463 million to 520 million. But this is not enough, Honorable Minister. Let's find some money because the railway, to maintain the railway line is very expensive. Let's find equity partners. I'm not saying Zambia should dig money somewhere else, but let's find the equity partners who can help us to actually improve our railway line. If you go to table 4 in the Yellow Book, you'll find that the money for rehabilitation had moved from 25 million to 57 million. At the double increment, there's an increment, quite okay, but that's not enough. Let's have more money in this sector. Also, under table 4 again, last year we were given 1 million. This year again is still 1 million. Why can't we improve, Honorable Minister, so that we have more money again? It's a neglected area. It's a place where there has never been any development. It's only now that the people that have got a hope in the new Dawn administration that they must be helped. Also, the Mlowezi train is still under government. Government should move away from this scheme of managing trains. Why can't we shift this responsibility to Zambia Railways? Let Zambia Railways manage it, because at the moment it's still under government, and as a result, the people are handicapped. And also, why can't we get this equity partners also to rehabilitate that Mlowezi train for the time being, so that we can move on? Now I come back to sanity on the road. Honorable Chair, we have the report that was given Secretary some 2 days ago. It shows that last year we lost 2,160 people, 2,163 people through road accidents. Can we do something to curtail this road carnage? Because we cannot afford to lose 2,163 people. It's too much. I mean, see, we need these people, we need their votes. Also, we find that the minibuses, there's a lot of indiscipline on the road. They park in the middle of the road, load people, they go, all sorts of things. So can we do something to ensure that there's a discipline on the road? If you go to Mumba Road, the 2 lanes have been turned into 1 lane because people are parking, the minibuses are parking in the middle of the road. Can we do something about that? The Janji commuter train, it has completely died. It has completely died. So we need to revamp that one because it was helping a lot of communities. So let's have that community Janji train to be revamped again. And also, let's have, Honorable Minister, let's have some black spots clearly identified. In those olden days, we used to have clear black spots. You drive on the road, you find there's a sign, this is a black spot area. Let's go back so that to warn the people that this place must be careful. With those few words, we support the budget once again, Honorable Minister. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fube.
Thank you, Chairperson. I would like to start by appreciating the mandate of the ministry, and I would like to indicate that the people of Chulubi support the budget, but with certain reservations. The ministry, among other things, is supposed to formulate policies and implement those policies in line with improved transport and logistics and infrastructure, which in this case fall under aviation, maritime, railway, and roads. With that in mind, Madam Chair, I want to focus on the issue of pontoon and the mechanical services. The people of Chulubi do note that last year's allocation was 54,422,679, and that has suffered a reduction by almost 30 million, which this is our interest, because currently we have got an issue with our ferry, which serves the island, and that ferry is the only ferry that can carry big vehicles and heavy stuff to the island from Zambia. We would have loved that the ministry allocated more money in this particular issue, especially that the technology involved in improving structures like where we have lakes, like the Monkalau arrangement. Currently, if you look in the Ministry of Infrastructure budget, there are no such things, meaning that this is the only ministry that will be a panacea to answering the needs of Chulubi. Madam Chair, we also realize that this ministry is an enabler in the economy. That is why deliberately it has been put under cluster 1 of our 8th National Development Plan. And having been put at cluster 1, people of Chulubi expect that this ministry would engage in constructing canals, making sure that certain embankments are facilitated so that the easiness in movement of goods and people is well looked after. Madam Chair, when it comes to the issue of maritime, the people of Chulubi would like to submit that currently we only have one reliable, I would call it a boat, or some people can call it a ship, which is Ruchirenganga, which the minister did indicate in his budget that I hope that I got him right. Maybe he can come and answer to that. That particular service has been devolved to the local government, which in this case, the people of Chulubi have been having problems between, of course, Zambia management as well as Chulubi local government. In the past, we have depended strongly on Zambia as managing our transport system. But for those that have had the time to travel using that route, will agree with me that when the ship leaves or the boat leaves Zambia Harbor, it is going to go to Mbavala. It is supposed also to go to Chishi, but the main station is Chulubi Island. And if the main station is Chulubi Island, it means that the jets have to be constructed at Chulubi Island as the main harbor. There is a jet that is not so helpful at Mbavala. There is also need that there must be another jet at Chishi Island, though Chishi has been prohibited because the boat does not dock there because of the stones that are under the water because it may break the boat. It is of this view that we see that this particular allocation is not enough, especially to deal with that kind of undertaking. It involves serious construction. On top of that, if you peruse through the 2022 budget, yes, it had the 513, I think, roughly there, but it was beefed up by a supplementary budget of 33 million plus, if I am not mistaken. I can be corrected on figures, which beats the current allocation of 519.8 million. To the people of Chilubi is that this particular sector, if you go to what has been allocated to aviation, what has been allocated to maintenance of roads, and then maritime comes out as the lowest. We interact with this particular ministry, Madam Chair, on the face of roads, maybe possibly embankments, because they are interconnected to our mighty Bangweulu. But what we are focused on much is the canal construction, because that, whatever what the government would do, that still remains our mode of transport as people of Chilubi. If you look at the structure of Chilubi, Chilubi is in three forms. We have the swamps, we have the mainland, we also have, yes, you came to cause confusion. We have the swamps, we have the mainland, we also have the island. Largely, the island and the swamps would depend on the canals. Construction of canals, I know that in as far as we would like to attempt through the route of the CDF, construction of canals is a very expensive undertaking. We would have loved that the canals would have been allocated enough money. The reduction of 30 million from last year's allocation indeed kills us in one or the other, and it does not facilitate economic ennoblement as it may be, because people of Chilubi are quite productive in agriculture, they are quite productive in other trades. As I speak, we cannot move to go to the swamps properly. That's why even Honorable Bonkandu, when he came to cause confusion, he could not travel to go to swamps. Because the lake, when the lake has dried up because of lack of canals, you find that it is a difficult what. So we would like to encourage this economic and commercial interaction by making sure that canals are attended to. I submit, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Zulu, Menyani Zulu.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Chairperson, we are discussing on a budget which is very important to this nation. And looking at the budget for this ministry, a good number of people may agree with me that a well-managed transport and logistics organization that is going to boost the economic activity of every nation. Today, Madam Speaker, we've got 409 million allocated for railway, maritime, and roads systems of this Department of Transport and Logistics. Madam Speaker, I've checked in the budget. We are saying we are going to rehabilitate 150 kilometers on our railway system, on our line from Chilawombo, from Kitwe to Livingstone. I don't know where we are going to do it. Madam Speaker, I agree with the other debaters who have said we need to move heavy traffic from the road to the rail. But looking at our rails, they are doing 20, maybe at most 30 kilometers per hour. That's the reason why we don't have people using this facility for them to start moving their goods. It will be important for us, Madam Speaker, to start.
Honorable Member, there's an indication for a point of order. Mr. Katakwe, what is your point of order?
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. Listening to the various debates from various debaters, I'm trying to wonder, because you're talking about the means of transport and logistics, and I think dealing with issues to do with construction of bridges, railway lines, and so on. Is it falling under the mandate of the Minister of Transport and Logistics? Based on Standing Order number 65, we're supposed to be factual and debate from an informed point of view. Relevance. So I'm trying to wonder. I seek your guidance, Madam Chairperson. Thank you.
Order, honorable members, in order for us to make progress, we were here when the policy statement was given. So can we please stick to what is on this head so that we may not go astray? Let's be focused on this head, the issues that are pertaining to this head, so that we do not lose the people that are listening out there. Can we be focused? Mr. Zulu, you may continue.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Chairperson, you may agree with me that Zambia is not center for logistics. We get things from Zambia to other countries, from other countries to Zambia. This is a transit point in for other countries. But the infrastructure we have does not support this. The rail system we have does not support this. These are the things we should start investing. The minister has come up with, which is very good to me, investing into a rehabilitating of 150 kilometers of the rail line. It's in the budget. This is the Ministry of Transport and Communication budget. And if we can spend this money, if we can do the rehabilitation, we are going to add the value to this line. You are not going to sit here and start agreeing ourselves that we are going to promote this industry, this ministry, without looking at this. Then we are cheating ourselves. It's just important, Madam Speaker, that Zambia Railways today, which falls under the Ministry of Transport and Communication, is not making any tangible profit, if they are making any. And the reason is very simple. Management at the Ministry of Transport and Logistics, we have overlooked the broadened management level, and we have left out the production part of Zambia Railways, which can put the locomotives on the road, on the rail line. And this is what we are not doing as a country. The country now have gone into employing more managers than people can bring value to the company. If you go to Tazara today, the government, where is the minister there, is looking at money to pay Tazara workers. Sure, if Tazara was in a private hand, are you telling me you are going to be looking for money to pay Tazara workers? No. Today, private companies in Ndola make more money using Zambia Railways and Tazara lines to they make more money than the owners of those companies are doing. There is where we have missed it. We have missed ourselves to employ qualified logistics who can handle this business. The logistic business, it's a complicated business where you don't just take a graduate from University of Zambia to go and learn this. This does not work. What we need to do now is to see to it that the business which has been taken by private companies, it's returned to normality. Let's say Zambia Railways takes up, Tazara takes up. You cannot tell me that today we can be hiring 300 trucks to deliver fertilizer to Northern Province when we can just use 100 wagons and deliver the fertilizer. This is where we're missing a point. We cannot let other private companies chair to be making money. We cannot let government be paying Tazara Railways workers. It's the company should produce. Here, parliamentarians here, they have got their businesses. They are here, but their businesses are working. How are they managing? We've got all the qualified personnel in Zambia Railways. Tazara, why are they failing to make money? These are the questions we should start asking ourselves. It's just important that we do that. Honorable Madam Speaker, the minister may agree with me that when he checks on the Kasumbalesa border, the partners at Kasumbalesa, who are private partners, they make more money than this Zambian government make. To park a truck at Kasumbalesa, we pay $200 going into Congo and coming out into Congo. $400. The $200 goes to a private person. This might not be in the Ministry of Transport and Communication, but it is related because it's his trucks, his business which is paying those monies. And the loss on Zambian government is too much. Madam Speaker, my calculation tells me that this country loses about $76 million per year, in fact per month, on that thing. This money is being paid to private individuals. At one point, there was a president who I respected so much, Michael Chilufya-Sata. He grabbed that thing so that the money can go back. But at one point, someone with the wisdom, they gave it back to whoever is a private individual who is still making money. Why are we letting ourselves lose money to people who don't matter? This is where I've got a problem. Today's Sakanya border, they are doing proper infrastructure than we are doing. Congo roads were so bad comparing to Zambia. They know how to use the toll gate monies. Today, Madam Speaker, you may wish to know that Zambian tracker to do a 700 kilometers, should I not say 300 kilometers, they pay $900 going and coming back. Whereas our trackers in Zambia from Congo to from Lubumbashi to from Kasumbalesa to Zambia, they literally pay. If they pay more than $300, it's a miracle. And these are things we don't look at. We need to start looking at these things. How are we going to make money from this thing than just giving everything free that we are creating employment? We are not creating employment. Madam Speaker, the last thing goes to the Ministry of Transport and Logistics itself with Latsa. You cannot keep on promoting Tanzanian transporters. Today's Tanzanian transporters in this country work in the office of the director or office of the manager at Latsa, get a load service license. When a Zambian going there, the process they are going to let that Zambian guy pass through, Zambian businessman go through, it's so hell than a foreign company. Tanzania has built its own logistics system. They have built its own transport system, which we failed to replicate. And we can do this by commitment, by being patriotic to this country. This is what we need to do. The Minister the Minister of Small SME, the Minister of SME, time is not with me. The Minister of SME, it's important that you start engaging these people. Let's build this transport, this business. Let's build this industry. I'm telling you, the money we're going to be getting from this thing and what we are losing, it's going to be some very, very big difference. Madam Speaker, the time is not generous to me. It has been very dictatorial. Thank you.
Mr. Chanda.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Madam Chairperson. Madam Chairperson, allow me to adopt Honorable Menyani's submission as mine, especially when it touches on Kasumbalesa and the other concerns that the Honorable Member has been able to raise. Madam Chairperson, I want to place on record that the people of Kanchivia do support this particular motion, and in supporting this particular motion, as a constituency that is surrounded by water, or as a constituency that has vast water bodies. Madam Chairperson, we wish to bring to the attention of the Ministry and the Honourable Minister that the pontoon services under this particular head have been allocated 24.1 million kwacha from 13.1 million kwacha of 2022. Much as this particular increment is commendable, Madam Chairperson, we think that more can be done, especially for constituencies like ours, which seek to maximize the route between Kanchivia and Luapula. It is in the intention and the aspirations of the people of Kanchivia, Madam Chairperson, that we open up routes between Kabinga and Samfia in particular, taking advantage of Lake Chaya and Bangolu water bodies. At the moment, Madam Chairperson, our people take initiative and they would do paddling from Kanchivia to Samfia, from Kabinga to Samfia, and paddling will take them 3 days to get to their destination. When an engine is used, a water engine is used, it takes them about 7 hours to get to Samfia. And again, the amount of goods and the quality of goods and the quantity of goods transported are limited in that regard. It is our earnest plea to the ministry that this particular section, these particular water bodies do deserve a pontoon, they do deserve more reliable water transport. This is very important because once this route is opened, Madam Chairperson, our people will have easy access to Samfia. Samfia is only a few kilometers from Chipili, and then we can take advantage of the Kasomeno Mwenda Bridge and also have access to the DRC market, especially that we aspire to become that agriculture hub as a district and as a constituency. Madam Chairperson, it is also important for us to place on record that we do support the allocation towards railway maintenance. We know that the accident which the minister had alluded to in his policy statement and the works which were done on the Chambeshi Bridge did happen did occur in Kanchibia constituency, Kanchibia district. And we know that with such an accident, there's a way that it does impact on matters of commerce and trade for our people, the movement of goods and the movement of our people using that particular facility. And so allocating more resources to the maintenance of railway transport, railway lines, including the engines themselves, is critical. Madam Chairperson, it's also very important that in our aspiration to transform the economy and create jobs for our people, there's no argument, and it's a no-brainer, that it's important for us to improve transport and logistics between those of us in a constituency, in a district like Anchivia, and our colleagues on the other side, which is Chilubi district, represented by Comrade Fube, and the Luapula province, and what opportunities it holds for our people. Madam Chairperson, it's also very important for us to look at ways of ensuring that whether it's maritime and whether it's aviation, the importance that has been attached to the Kasama airport is commendable. We say so because those of us in close proximity to this particular facility can then attract an investor coming from far off, because we can say to them that if you want to do your rose flowers as a business in Kanchivia, it will be easier for you to off-take from this particular facility. So, Madam Chairperson, with those few remarks, allow us to place on record that the people of Kanchivia do support this particular head, with a particular clarion call that there's an increment towards pontoon services, and that when the row is called upon, please may the people of Kanchivia and the water bodies between Kanchivia and Luapula Bangolu Lake Shire be remembered with a pontoon. With those remarks, I do submit, Madam Chairperson.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Transport and Logistics wind up debate.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. I just want to take this opportunity to thank all the honorable members that have taken time really to debate, and in essence, I also wish to take cognizance that all of them that stood up have indeed supported the motion. From Mr. Kanengo, the honorable member of parliament for Kabushi, who supports this particular motion, head, and insists that it is important for my ministry to ensure that we do something about the heavy cargo that is on our roads and how it's important that this be moved to the rail line. I think similar sentiments were indeed expressed by Ms. G. Katuta, the honorable member for Chiengi, who has also spoken about heavy bulk cargo on our roads and how this not only impacts negatively on the road infrastructure, but that it also poses a serious risk to our people that having to traverse the country by way of accidents and indeed loss of life. The honorable member indeed for Chiengi also went further to speak about RATSA and the challenges what we're facing there. She would have wished to see more monies being dedicated to recruitment of more personnel. And to this, let me just say that the honorable member we take heed of those observations, but also suffice to say that we did allude that as the country develops, so we must equally evolve. And the policy statement did make mention that we would like to use now ICT to help us in terms of the monitoring and enforcement of road traffic rules and regulations. And I think that this is the direction that we'd like to move. This does not also exclude the need, indeed, to try and beef up on manpower. Madam Speaker, rather, Madam Chairperson, also the Honourable Member from Lovezi, Mr. Mabenga, did really lament on the issue of our rail network. He took us through an educative line of telling us the historical development of these rail lines that are indeed over 100 years old. I wish to appreciate that information and say that we actually agree with the Honourable Member and this new Dawn administration.
Order, Honourable Minister. As the time is 16:40 hours, I suspend business for 20 minutes for healthy break.
Well, that was the Honorable Tayali, Minister of Transport and Logistics, winding up debate on Head 51, Ministry of Transport and Logistics. And right now, the House has gone on a 20 minutes health break. For now, we take a break.
MP's Diary this Thursday at 08:35 hours features Munali MP, Honorable Mike Mposha. Join Paulson Ndovi as he brings out real issues from your constituency. MP's Diary every Thursday on Parliament Radio and Television. MP's Diary, bringing real issues from your constituency.
My full names are Emmanuel Banda. I was born in 1978 on 10th of July in the University Teaching Hospital just here in Lusaka. And at the age of 7 years, my parents relocated to the village which is in Eastern Province. By then it used to be Petauke district, now Sinda. I come from Chiefness Nyanje area of Sinda district, and both my parents are from the same chiefdom. So I started school in 1984 at Mtema Primary School, just next to Nyanje Hospital. And then I went to Katema Primary School, where I did my primary education up to 1991, when I wrote my grade 7 exams, and then went back to Nyanje Basic School by then for grade 8, and I had to be transferred, or rather I requested for a transfer to go to Chasa Basic School, where I did my grade 9 and they wrote the exam. 1994 I was selected to go for grade 10 at Petauke Secondary School, and that's where I basically did my senior level education up to 96, when I wrote my grade 12 exams. And 1997 I came to Lusaka to look for something that I could do, and I was unfortunate that I couldn't manage to either pursue my education further, and I ended up being a minibus conductor, and I was a minibus conductor to say from 1997, 98, 99 and 2000 probably. I started driving in 2000, and I became a minibus driver, driving for one of the local companies within Lusaka. And that's when I married, actually my first wife, and then I married her from Siavonga. That was in 2000. And I worked as a minibus driver from 2000 up to 2003, when the person I was working for appreciated my hard work by offering me the same minibus. Actually, by then it was a loan, and I got that minibus. I bought another one. I bought another one until I had about 5. Around 2004, 2005, I tried to work as a truck driver. The undertaking, which did not take me long, because I thought the environment was not conducive for me, especially that I was running my small business. So I had to come back. And in 2007, somewhere 2008 in February, the same gentleman who had employed me earlier as a minibus driver also employed me as a tipper truck driver. And whilst working with him, I worked from Sinazeze, I worked from Kafue, Katua, that business of supplying sand. So in 2011, again, the same gentleman decided to appreciate me now in a different way, because the first appreciation was like a loan, but this time it was a gift. He offered me the same truck that I was driving for him, and he gave it to me for free. Like, I've appreciated the way you have worked with me and things like that. So I became a truck owner. And it was whilst using that truck that I met a certain white man who hired me, who hired my truck, which I was driving to go and do some business in Serenge. And that's how I ended up in Serenge. That was in 2014. On 17th April, that's when I went to Serenge. And then I started doing my business from there, of supplying and transporting, until in 2015, after the death of President Sata, then I saw a chance of going into politics. Of course, I joined politics through UPND, and I worked with the UPND party up to 2016, when I first contested as their candidate parliamentary. I lost. Of course, I was new that time, and the place where I just went for business. I continued working hard with the people there, as I took it that my family are those that were always close to me. And in 2021, during the adoptions, I was left, and I had to decide, and I went as an independent until I ended up here as a member of parliament. My constituency is a vast constituency, and it's a rural constituency. Yeah, it has got 12 wards, and 2 of the 12 wards are in the valley, that's Chisomo and Kavansa. And my constituency is, being a rural constituency, I can say that the most activity there is farming, and we have a bit of mining also taking place, but mostly it's about agriculture. My developmental agenda, mostly I want to focus on roads, so that the constituency is properly linked. Yeah, I want to develop the roads so that farmers can easily transport their farm produce to the markets, and also to attract other investors who can invest in farming, and even to come and offer market for our farm produce. As you know, usually FRA doesn't buy everything, but when the roads are bad, then the prices are always, reduced by those who comes to buy as private buyers. So I want to make sure that the roads are done, so that even those who come and buy as private buyers should always give our people a good price. And then I'm also looking at the education system. We have areas where people has to cover maybe up to 10-15 kilometers just to find the nearest primary school. And most of our schools as well were built around 1947 up to maybe 1964, somewhere there. And they are very dilapidated. So we need to renovate all those old schools. We need to put up more school infrastructure, and a lot of staff houses, because most of the staff houses also, they are dilapidated, and most of our teachers have got nowhere to stay, as it is that the only solution now is to squat. In most cases, they stay maybe some 2, 3, 4 kilometers away from the school premises, and that makes it very expensive for them to commute on a daily basis, going to teach and coming back. Yeah. Then I'm also looking at the healthy system. You know, I can take opportunity, I can take this as an opportunity even to make an appeal to government that Muchinga is in Serenje district, but Muchinga is big, and being a bigger constituency in the rural, it has got areas that are very far from the central business town of Serenje. We need to have at least 2 mini hospitals with ambulances that can be servicing our people. And those should be at Chivale. We need to have a hospital there. If not Chivale, we can have one at Nchimishi. And we also need to have another one at Muzamani, that is on the eastern part. Because the Muzamani one can be accessed by people from the valley in Kavansa, people from Masase, and people from Nakalengule. These are far-flung areas from the Serenje town. You know, the one that could be at Nchimishi, people of Kapeshi, Mukopa, Chisomo, and Kaseva, Sancha, all those people can access the one at Nchimishi. So I'm also looking at that angle from the government side, but we are not just sitting, we are planning and we are doing a lot of healthy, facilities in form of these simple health posts. And we also want to make sure that we provide accommodation for those that will come and work in these structures, facilities that we are trying to put up. Under the CDF, we also have got a plan to procure maybe 2 ambulances in these 5 years. One to be based on the western part of the constituency, that is in Chivale, and the other one to be based on the eastern part of the constituency, just like the way I want the hospitals to be constructed. This is going to ease the movements for our expecting mothers who in most cases have ended up losing lives because of moving long distances to access healthy facilities in Serenje. So basically, considering the works in my constituency, those are my priorities. Though I have other priorities. As you know that being a rural constituency, most of our people are poor, in short. So we are looking at how we can uplift their living standards. And this comes to when we talk of empowerment schemes. I've taken it upon myself that I should have a lot of cooperatives and clubs registered so that people are able to access these grants that we are offering, and also whatever government might be offering. You know, government has got a lot of things that they are offering, especially for the youths and the mothers. So we are doing all our best. We are doing everything that we can to make sure that our people, are united by way of belonging to clubs and cooperatives. Ku bantu aba mu Muchinga constituency not Muchinga province kuserenje ndefu okubakoseresha okutira ati tiye ntubombere pamo tiye ntuyishibwa okutira ati abantu n'obuteeko nga babombera pamo ero tukwata obuyantanshi nga twalolesha fya tubuteeko wakula tupera obuyantanshi takuleko twalaya nifwe wabalashalira iringi obuyantanshi tukwata mumarural areas mulandu wakwe bati abantu limbi balalolesha fyo obuteeko wakula tupera kuli bali abakwata kwishuko yakusenda amafisipu tiye ntubombeshe pakwe bati ushikwe obuteeko kalanda ati mwe namusumuka nomba tamwakula senda fisipu tatwakairishanye pantu nishinatwipangira fwe bene ndalama chakwa twakulashita mufundo pakwe bati abanesu bali abashire kunomba na bene bakesesangako inchende yakwe bati batampako kusendako ama fertilizers. So ichi chonse kuti chabombwa nga chakwe bati abantu twaikatana pamo ero twatampa kushita appreciate fyo buteeko bulechita pali ino nshita yakushita efficancy ama politics yawe ino nishita yakubomba intungulushi ni wange omwafumine mukusala intungulushi bakansela ba MP ba mayor ba president bapere nishita babombe ishibe nukushita ingenji intungulushi chenu nga neo MP wenu mulatuma amafoni ndasuka eko mulemfu aya ndesa nga naisa tiye ntulanchanye fyabu yantanshi not okutampa okulanda okutuka nangufisa nafisa olubuli tawatwale kuli konse nomba nga twaikata nafye pamupako ati tuwombe ifindu fyalale tubuyantanshi twaika twabikapo n'obuteko tieni tumone okutira ati twachita support ubuteko wesu twachita support intungulushi shesu ero apo nomba twalamu na buyantanshi obusuma okwisa umikalire.
My name is Honorable Lusale Simbao, Member of Parliament for Luansha constituency. I was born on 15th January 1964 in Imbala. I am Lungu by tribe and I'm married. I've got 3 children, all boys. The last one is doing his grade 12 at Impelembe Secondary School. The other 2 are done with university. I am a Christian and I'm very proud of my testimony, and I pray that throughout my life as a member of parliament I will maintain my faith. Luansha constituency is quite a big constituency. We've got about, I think, between 170 to 200,000 people, and there are 16 wards, different wards, and these wards are scattered. Some of them are right in the rural, in the town setup, if you want, but the others are in the rural part of Luansha type of setup, so you find that to get to them you have got to really be tough, because some of them are not even reachable by vehicle, so you have to park the car as you go to visit them. But my constituency right now as it stands, it's nothing to be proud of. We've got people who are very zealous, who want to prosper, who want to do something really good for this country, but a number of things hinder us. For example, the roads. Luansha constituency is terrible. We are really suffering. Luansha constituency has been neglected for too long a period, so you find that the road structures are very, very bad, even the infrastructure. So Luansha constituency on its own is not doing very, very well. My development agenda is, to start with, it's the water in Luansha. You will be very lucky to see a drop of water in Luansha. But now I am working closely with the Minister of Water to make sure that Luansha is well maybe attended to in terms of the water. So really the main thing is the water, that if we can have water in Luansha, that will be a big step forward. The other one, as I said earlier on, it's the roads. You can't like to drive in Luansha. So if we can have the roads done in Luansha, those are the things that I'm looking at. Water and roads are very, very key in Luansha. My word to the constituency is that be patient. With the budget that has just come out, I am extremely happy. To me, the way I see the budget, it's not different from when Nehemiah was given the permission to go and rebuild Jerusalem. So you find that this budget seems to be giving me a lot of a power to rebuild Luansha. So if the budget is going to be a credible budget which we can go by, I promise all Luansha residents that Luansha will not be the same. Because if you look at that budget, it's talking of water. We have plenty of water. If you look at that budget, it's talking of the infrastructures. The roads will be there. So if you look at that budget, it's talking of job creation. So all that area, Kafu block, there will be jobs around that area. So my word to the people of Luansha is be patient, good things are about to come.
House is on a 20 minutes break, which is just a couple of seconds away before resumption at 17 hours. And under consideration is Head 51, Minister of Transport and Logistics. And at the time that business was interrupted, Honorable Minister of Transport and Logistics, Honorable Frank Tayari, was winding up debate, and we expect him to conclude, and then business will continue. Still to come, we have Head 52, Minister of Water Development and Sanitation, Head 53, Minister of Green Economy and Environment. Also have Head 76, Minister of Youth, Sport and Arts.
Others are Head 62, Ministry of Energy, and Head 54, Ministry of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development. So those are the heads still expected to come for discussion on the floor of the House when business resumes shortly.
That's right. So we await the arrival of the chairperson of the committee, and business resumes. Bells are ringing, and in order to have a quorum, and seemingly now a quorum has been formed, and business resumes.
When business was suspended, the Committee of Supply was considering Head number 51, Minister of Transport and Logistics, and the Honorable Minister of Transport and Logistics was winding up debate. May the Honorable Minister continue.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Prior to the health break, Madam Chairperson, I was going through the different reactions to the honorable members, and I was on the honorable member for Mulobezi, Mr. Mabenga. Madam Chairperson, Mr. Mabenga did allude to the fact that particularly in his area around Mulobezi, there is an urgent need to revitalize the railway sector in that particular part of the country. He also did make mention of the fact that Mulobezi was being operated by government, and urged us to consider turning back that particular operation to Zambia Railways. Madam Chairperson, in reacting to that sentiment, I wish to correct the Honourable Member of Parliament and state here that actually the operations of the railway in that particular area is actually under Zambia Railways and not under government. The Honourable Member did advise us on the need to look for equity partners in trying to scale up the urgent need to revitalize the railway subsector. I wish to state, Madam Chairperson, that it has been the New Dawn government's preoccupation under my ministry that something must be done about the rail subsector. We do take cognizance of the fact that this is taking a serious toll on our road infrastructure, and that it cannot continue in that line. Suffice to say, Madam Speaker, Madam Chairperson, that development is a process where one component leads to another. This New Dawn administration took over government under very, very difficult circumstances with a depleted coffers of the economy. Yeah. We are fighting very hard, Madam Speaker, considering the fact that we are so constrained, we are not able to borrow because of the huge debt that was left behind by the previous administration. We are working around in a very, very smart and methodical manner to see to it that other ingenious ways of resolving these national issues can be achieved. And therefore, we have been engaging, Madam Chairperson, with different potential investors who indeed are expressing interest, but that obviously this cannot be achieved overnight, but that this is a matter that is active on my desk to see that something is done about it. Madam Chairperson, Mr. Fuwe, Honorable Member for Chilubi, raised indeed a number of issues, most of which were centered on pontoon and mechanical services. He also spoke about how this year's budget is actually appears to have been reduced. And let me just say that, yes, much as my ministry indeed is an enabler, having been put in cluster 1 of the 8th National Development Plan, we are not leaving any stone unturned, Madam Speaker. Just like I just alluded to, there were a number of, pontoons, Madam Speaker, that had been left or procured by the previous administration but not paid for. These were idling around, or rather I think I'm referring to dredgers. This New Dawn administration has managed to clear the debt that was left behind by the previous administration, and that even the operators that were actually employed to operate these dredgers, are stationed in Lusaka, and that it is our responsibility as a ministry to ensure that we rectify all these things. So the lack of passage on our waterways, Madam Chairperson, is as a result of years of neglect, of failure to clean up the waterways, and this is the problem that the Honourable Member has been lamenting. Yes, indeed, it is on our watch that this problem shall be rectified. Madam Chairperson, the member for, this is Mr. Minyani Zulu, did talk about, I think, let me start by saying that Mr. Zulu was actually spot on when he said that the railway companies in their current state actually lack capacity, and this is why we are not able to engage them to full utilization. And this is why we have to sort out the economic situation of our country in order that, yes, a lasting solution may be found. We are very fully aware of the issues that the Honourable Member did bring to my attention. Sadly, he also raised matters that do not fall under the ambit of my ministry when he spoke about, border operation services at Kasumbalesa. This is a matter that the Honourable Member, I'm sure, is aware, has been with us the past close to 25 years, and that we are fortunate enough that that concession period may be coming to an end next year, and this New Dawn administration will do the right thing in order for the country to benefit from that border facility. Mr. Chanda for Kanchivia, Madam Speaker, also indeed did raise issues regarding to pontoon services. Madam Chairperson, just suffice to say that thank you very much to all the members for your support, and I want to assure you that all these issues that you have raised shall be put into serious consideration as we join hands in developing this, our beautiful country. Madam Chairperson, I thank you.
Thank you. Head 51, Ministry of Transport and Logistics. Head total 519,768,075 kwacha. Any debate? Any objection? Mr. Kampyongo?
Thank you so much, Madam Chairperson. Madam Chairperson, I'm drawing the attention of the Honorable Minister to page 529 of the Yellow Book. I hope the Minister is there. Minister, go to program 2125, Government Printing Services. This year we approved the total sum of 14,548,140 kwacha. This year you proposing to spend 29,580,864. Significant increment. Would you share with us some of the activities that the government printing services, other than printing government publications and other services, you are going to embark on? And bearing that the equipment has been put which is able to do ballot papers, which was work in progress, are we able to see this amount catering for that? Now, the other one is what we are saying, printing and publication. This year we approved the total sum of 12,765,142 kwacha. You have reduced significantly that budget line to merely 2,001,020 kwacha. Why that drastic reduction? The very last one.
Honorable, I think 2 is enough.
If the chair will allow me to come back.
You can come back later.
Thank
because
you.
we are going to overload the minister.
Thank
the
you.
Honorable Minister of Transport and Logistics.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. As regards government printing services, the allocation, proposed allocation for 29,580,861. and 861. These, Madam Chairperson, are the total funds that are allocated for government printing services program. As the honorable member, I have no doubt, will be aware, I think, government printers has been in a state where most of the equipment, for instance, that were procured in the previous administration were procured exorbitantly. They have never served this country. We have, as an example, what we call a miracle machine, which was procured exorbitantly, close to $10 million. This machine has never printed not even a postcard. There is a lot of restructuring in terms of machinery and other services that we need to bring to an acceptable standard to be able to compete with some of the commercial entities. As regards what the honorable member refers to as a reduction, the allocation is meant to facilitate the payment of personal emoluments and provision of printing services to the ministries, provinces, and spending agencies and the general public. I thank you, Madam Chairperson.
Thank you, Dr. Mwanza. Okay, we'll come back to you after. Okay, we'll get back to you. I've already called somebody. Dr. Mwanza.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Minister, I take you to your attention to page 530. Table 4, just check table 4, which is...
Honorable Member, Dr. Mwanza, we are running out of time. Can you please be focused to what you
Tazara.
want to ask?
Tazara, you have allocated Tazara 17,250,000 kwacha. This allocation is the same as it was allocated last year. Would you 17 million, page 530 from the yellow book, and table 4. Table 4, Tazara is allocated 17,250,000 kwacha. This is the same amount as allocated last year. Could you share with us what activities are going to be achieved from the 17 million, considering that government's position is to recapitalize Tazara and engaging China, Tanzania, and Zambia? So are we saying that this money is going to be used maybe as our counterpart funding for the recapitalization of Tazara Railway? And also Mulowezi line is allocated 1 million kwacha. 1 million kwacha is the same amount that was allocated last year. Are these two railway systems, by coincidence, that you allocated the same amounts as to last year? For Mulowezi, the line is 150 kilometers. And then, 1 million kwacha is really a drop in the ocean. You know, to construct a railway line, you need at least $1 million per kilometer. So, what activities do you wish to achieve from this 1 million kwacha? I thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Transport and Logistics.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Just to start with the issue regarding Mulobezi, I think that a more holistic perusal of the Yellow Book will reveal that there are other funds that are actually allocated under the Ministry of Infrastructure to the tune of 27 million. That will also go a long way in terms of trying to rehabilitate and improve, rail services. When you talk about Tazara, I don't think that it would be prudent for us as a government to sit on our reels and simply say that we are bringing in Tanzania together with our Chinese counterparts with whom we built this rail infrastructure. I think that operations must go on, and as a government, we need to put in that which is necessary, particularly in terms of trying to pick up some of the locomotives, because we are really operating under very, low capacity, where we only have 8 effective locomotives that are operating. To be optimal in operations, we should be close to over 24 locomotives. So we are below our expected capacity in order for at least the company to be able to break even. Thank you, Madam Chairperson.
Mr. Kampiongo.
Thank you so much, Madam Chairperson. Madam Chairperson, I want the Minister to pay attention to my question and respond to it as I put to him. Honorable Minister, I didn't ask about the price of the machines. I was asking why government printers, which had 14 million, 14.5, you are now proposing to spend 29. And I was asking, what is the rationale behind this increment? It's as simple as that. I didn't ask about the prices of the machinery. The second one I was asking you, and you didn't respond according to what I expected, was the printing and publication, which has 12,765,142 kwacha. You have drastically reduced the expenditure there to 2 million. And I was asking, why this drastic reduction, and what do you intend to achieve with this little money that you have put there? So I can take advantage, Madam Speaker, to just ask the last one so that I don't come back. Minister, go to page 530. Program 2115. Sub-program 21. There you are proposing to spend the total sum of 55 million. We're saying provincial airports and aerodromes. May we know how many aerodromes you are intending to deal with within this amount? And I beg that the minister appreciates that it's a very critical stage of budget process. I thank you, Madam Chairperson.
The Honorable Minister of Transport and Logistics.
While I agree with the honourable member that yes, this is a very crucial process, budget process, I think that the honourable member is equally a long-standing member in this House who must know that certain questions are not for this place. Some of these questions may have been asked in the Committee for Ways and Means, where you're looking for the finer details of what this budget entails. When you talk, for instance, about the earlier question on the need for why we've increased, and I spoke about some of the obsolete equipment that is lying at government printers. Madam Chairperson, it goes without saying, this government wants to be prudent, it wants to streamline government operations, directives have been given that all printing materials, all printing jobs for the ministries must be undertaken by government printers and will not be taken to other private commercial printers, as was the case in the past under the PF administration. So we are here, Madam Speaker, putting necessary funds in order for government printers to play its role that it was designed for, and not what you're trying to bring here.
There's an indication for a point of order. Mr. Mungandu, what is your point of order?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I refer to our standing orders number 65. The information that we are all required to provide on the floor of this House should not only be factual, but verifiable. Is the Honorable Minister in order? Very eloquent. I'm told the Minister who is able now to jog in order to report to the country that the PF government...
Mr. Mungandu, let's not put political issues, jogging. I don't think the people out there would like to hear that. They are interested to know the actual budget. You may continue.
Thank you. Is he in order to issue a very alarming statement that the previous government procured a printer at a cost of $10 million? For us here, we are alarmed, Madam Chairperson, and this printer has never worked. $10 million. In case you don't know, Madam Chairperson, that money can do all the roads, feeder roads, not only in Chama district, but including 3-4 other districts. Probably in Isoka, in Wengwa, in Kalomo.
Mr. Mungandu, now
Is he in order, Madam Chairperson, to insinuate that $10 million was spent and the machine is not working without providing evidence and giving us further information, because we are now becoming interested parties? This is public fund, money that was meant or could have been used for other areas of our sector. Is he in order to issue such an alarming statement? Then he sit back comfortably as though he has not alarmed the nation. I seek your serious ruling, Madam Chairperson.
Thank you. Mr. Mungandu, in fact, you are supposed to bring that as a question to the minister, who is at the moment responding to questions that are being raised by the members. it's very difficult for me to even confirm. I take what the minister is telling us because he's heading that ministry. I'm sure he has got documents on his table or some pieces of reports that he's using where he extracted that information. Unless if the minister, I will allow the minister just to clarify that, because he's getting questions right now. There is no way I can say the minister was not telling the truth. So you can ask that question. The minister is going to respond. You have an opportunity there. I don't know whether you had indicated, but please, can you just ask a question to the minister?
I'm smiling because two provincial ministers, one who is growing younger every day, is telling me to sit down. Honorable Minister, 10 million spent on a printing machine that you have stated that it has not even printed a postcard. I want to find out, Honorable Chairperson, was that machine delivered? If it was delivered, what is the problem? What are the specifications and what is the problem? Because I believe such a machine, we don't need even these ballot papers. We don't need even to print them from Dubai if we have such a machine worth $10 million. What is the problem? Why is it not working? And what is it that you can do to ensure that it starts working? I submit, Honorable Chairperson.
The Honorable Minister of Transport and Logistics.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson, and thank you to the Honorable Member for that question. Indeed, I want to express that I was equally as shocked as you are when I came across this information about some of the decisions that were made in the previous administration. It was very, very shocking indeed. This machinery was actually delivered, it was actually installed, and it has failed to work. And that there was also a balance to this machinery, which this new Dawn administration has felt we are unable to pay the remaining little portion of monies. And we've challenged the supplier that come back to Zambia, come and make this thing work. Because what we are seeing on the cards, the amount of money that we paid, is unjustifiable. This is something similar to buying a presidential jet for $75 million and you claim that you bought at $95 million. The decisions of the past were shocking. And yes, Honorable Member, most of the things we have uncovered were shocked actually. Yes, indeed, it's in the public domain. The jet will be sold. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Mr. Sampa.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. I commend you. You allow us to express ourselves freely. Long live Madam Chairperson. That's why we are here, is to speak, not to be gagged. That's why we get paid. Thank you, Madam Chairperson. May the sun shine on you every day.
Please go straight to your question, Mr. Sampa.
My question to the Minister is on page 529, head 2115, program 5001, water transport service. Honorable Minister, from 2021, this budget has increased from 4.2 million to 54 million to 24 million, representing an increase of 1,200. When you took over from PF, it increased 1,200 last year, and now it's at 55%. And then I also look at the next one, 400.
Order, honorable members, order. Order. Can we make progress?
I am on program 5002, road and rail transport services. This one in the last 2 years, last 1 year, you increased it last year by 35%,
and now you're proposing to increase next year by 27% from 177 million to 225 million. I presume this is for Zampost and Zambia Railways. My question, let me start with the water one. The money is there, Minister, but we see the Marines. I was in Feira in Luangwa when we won that by-election. I saw a GRZ ambulance. It's dead, packed just by the shore there. No one even uses it. It's abandoned. Government of the MMD bought it, but it's there. Even in Lake Kariba, that's why we have some lives lost, because there's no government facilities there, vehicles to save lives. So this money, where was it used? And the one we are giving you, how will we use it? And finally, on the roads, on the Zampost and Zambia Railways, the UPND New Dawn government promised that when they come, they'll make all the goods from South Africa, Southern Province, and the copper coming from the copper belt to be using the rail. I live near the rail. I don't see any goods train, even for 1 week, doesn't even come. This money put aside, are you assuring us that you use this money to ensure that the goods train is there to start taking the goods and that the rail line becomes active? I thank you, Madam Chairperson, and thank you for allowing me to speak, Madam Chairperson.
The Honorable Minister of Transport and Logistics.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Essentially, these are funds allocated to facilitate payment of personal monuments, enhancement of navigation safety, precisely the issues that you're bringing, Honorable Member, dredging operations to bring them to optimal capacity, management of water boards and administration of harbors. In short, Honorable Member, we are trying to bring back systems in this country. We are trying to bring back a situation of normalcy where things begin to work, not where, like you have said, water transport has been packed for many, many years, unattended to. This New Dawn administration would like to save all its citizens, and this money indeed will be put to good use to operationalize all these things that you bring to our attention, Honorable Member. I thank you, Madam Chairperson.
Thank you. Honorable members, we have to make progress. We are seeing questions that are coming up every minute, but we don't have the luxury of time. Some of these questions, I think we can even talk to the minister himself in our spare time, because if we spend so much time, we won't even be able to finish our work on the 16th of December. Mr. Zulu, I'll just take two more. Mr. Zulu.
What's your problem? Minister, it's you agree with me. I'm taking you to head 2123, government asset management, and you agree with me that government vehicles are the most abused vehicles. Government assets, the vehicles are the most abused. If you look at 05, a government fleet tracking system installed, we have 50 in 2021, 2022, 150. Then the actual, there's 00 there. Then the target here, it's 00. Then if you go at 108, it says number of government fleet tracking system procured, 10. So speak to me here. We're procuring 10 here. Then our target there, it's 0. My question is, why did you leave? Why didn't you ask for money so that we can manage these vehicles which are being misused or abused every day? That is my question, Minister.
The Honorable Minister of Transport and Logistics.
Madam Chairperson, the English say that if wishes were horses, I guess beggars would ride. Madam Chairperson, to the Honorable Member, yes, indeed, there are so many things that we need to rectify. Management of government fleet is one of them. And the President himself has taken very keen interest to see how we shall proceed in this particular area. So it would be our wish that more resources indeed are allocated, but we are dealing, obviously, we are competing for a very small cake with other needs. Suffice to say, Honorable Member, that we are actively looking into not only revising the type of motor vehicles for the different, sort of government officials that are entitled to motor vehicles, but many, many other issues indeed of how we can prudently be able to manage this and take away the excesses that have been perpetuated for many, many years. And I think that it is under this new Dawn administration that soon rather than later you'll see progress being made in this regard. Chairperson, I thank you.
The last one, Mr. Kangombe.
Madam Chairperson, I'm grateful for the opportunity. Page 531, Minister, Program 5003. On page 531, there is an allocation of 159 million kwacha for air transport services. Minister, I want you to confirm if this money caters for the expenses to finish works at Ndola Airport. Page 533, salaries and wages. Very quickly, Madam Chairperson, there's an increment for salaries and wages. Minister, I want you to confirm if you are employing more workers and what skills you are looking for under this vote. And lastly, Madam Chairperson, program 2199 on page 539, non-financial assets, capital expenditure. Minister, can you indicate to us what are these non-financial assets? Madam Chairperson, thank you for your indulgence, and I'm grateful that you've allowed me to ask 3 questions, which I wasn't allowed yesterday. I thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Transport and Logistics.
I'm afraid, Chairperson, the Honorable Member really cruised through those issues. I could barely, follow.
That is the problem, actually. I've always discouraged the members to overload the ministers because they can get this question and forget the next one. So let's just be systematic. At least 2 should be the maximum.
I'll be very quick. Madam Chairperson. Page 531. So on page 531, there's a program 5003. You have allocated 159 million kwacha. Does this cater for the works that have to be finished at Ndola Airport? Number 1. Page 533. You have allocated 8 million kwacha for salaries and wages. The program is under 2123, 8.2 million salaries and wages. How are you employing more workers and what skills are you looking for? And lastly, non-financial assets.
Oh, Mr. Kangombe
page,
will take those 2.
Page
the
539.
is going to forget again.
Page 539.
The Honorable Minister of Transport and Logistics.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. That was a lot better. I'll try now, in view of time, to really be concise. Answer to question 1, yes. Some of the monies will be dedicated for that purpose, Honorable Member. Answer to question 2, are we employing? Yes, I think that there's been room for more people to be taken on board. We've been operating with a skeleton kind of, staffing level. But when you now say what sort of skills are you looking for, I'm afraid I'm not HR to answer that question. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. Head 51, Minister of Transport and Logistics. Head total, order, honorable members. Head total 519,768,075 kwacha. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary say no. The ayes have it. The question is resolved in the affirmative. Head 51, Minister of Transport and Logistics, head total 519,768,075 kwacha is ordered to stand part of the estimates. We now move on to Page 52, Ministry of Water Development and Sanitation. Yes. Page 52, Ministry of Water Development and Sanitation, General Policy Debate, the Honorable Minister of Water Development and Sanitation Policy Statement.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, for according me an opportunity to present a policy statement on the 2023 estimates of revenue and expenditure for Head 52, Ministry of Water Development and Sanitation. You may wish to note that the ministry is mandated to ensure national water security and provision of safe water supply and sanitation services in the country. Honorable Chairperson, the theme for the 2023 budget is stimulating economic growth for improved livelihoods. This theme resonates very well with the mandate of the ministry because water plays an important and crucial role in stimulating economic growth and supporting different livelihoods. Water remains an important input in all sectors of our economy and is the bedrock of the various livelihoods of our people. Honorable Chairperson, I will present the policy statement starting with the budgetary allocation to the ministry and areas of focus in 2023. I will then highlight policy and legal reforms to be undertaken in 2023. Honorable Chairperson, the 2023 national budget is 167 billion kwacha. This is a reduction of about 3.5% from the 2022 national budget of 173 billion kwacha. In 2023, the ministry has been allocated 2.3 billion, translating to 1.4% of the national budget, which in 2022 stood at 1.3%. Honorable Chairperson, access to water and sanitation services has remained low for a long time in Zambia, while the demand for these services has been increasing owing to population growth and increasing economic activities. As you may be aware, access to improved sources of water stands at 72%, which is an improvement from 65% recorded in the year 2014, and access to improved sanitation facilities stands at 54% from 25% as at 2014. While this is good progress, it also demonstrates that many of our people in this country still do not have access to improved sources of drinking water and safe sanitation. Madam Chairperson, to improve access to water and sanitation services, my ministry will focus on implementing the National Water Supply and Sanitation Program in both urban and rural areas. The ministry has therefore allocated 1.9 billion or 83.9% of its 2023 budget for implementation of this program. This allocation will be used for construction, rehabilitation, maintenance, and upgrading of water supply and sanitation infrastructure countrywide. This will involve construction of 500 piped water schemes in rural growth centers, construction of 3,305 boreholes, and the rehabilitation of 900 boreholes respectively in rural areas. The funds will also go towards construction of 100 kilometers of water distribution network through which about 25,000 households will be connected to water supply network countrywide. Honorable Chairperson, with regards to sanitation, the interventions will focus on construction of 240 waterborne sanitation, facilities in public institutions, and places such as schools, health care facilities, markets, and bus stations, and connect about 15,000 households to sewer network countrywide. This will help reduce disease outbreaks and improve hygiene in public institutions and places, as well as enhance menstrual hygiene, which is key to keeping girls in school and cutting off dropping out of school. Honorable Chairperson, as the demand for water increases, it is important to manage and develop water resources in order to sustain water availability for hydropower generation, agriculture, tourism, water supply, and sanitation, among others. To enhance water availability, the ministry will spend 338.6 million or 14.95% of the allocation on implementation of water resources development and transboundary water cooperation interventions. These will involve construction, rehabilitation, and maintenance of water harvesting infrastructure such as dams, weirs, canals, and boreholes. Honorable Chairperson, the ministry will also focus on enhancing rainwater harvesting through construction of 16 dams, rehabilitation of 6, and maintenance of 90 dams in 2023. These interventions will be prioritized in provinces with poor rainfall, namely Central, Eastern, Lusaka, and Southern provinces. Other interventions include the drilling of 100 exploration boreholes, develop and operationalize 2 well fields, construct 2 rainwater harvesting facilities for aquifer recharge, undertake 10 feasibility studies for dam construction, and implement 2 transboundary water investment projects. These interventions will contribute to enhancing water availability for socio-economic development of the country and contribute to mitigating the adverse effects of climate change on water availability. Honorable Chairperson, the ministry will continue to implement surface and groundwater resource assessment and quantification program and maintain and upgrade both surface and groundwater monitoring stations. This is important for measuring water availability, quality, and distribution to inform planning and decision-making in terms of water allocation to various users. Honorable Chairperson, as you may be aware, Zambia shares rivers and other water bodies with other countries, and therefore transboundary water cooperation, governance, water diplomacy, and benefit sharing are inevitable. Therefore, the ministry will continue to engage riparian states to advance issues of common interest regarding the management and development of water courses. Honorable Chairperson, in this regard, the ministry, working with the Ministry of Energy and other key stakeholders, as well as authorities in the Democratic Republic of Congo, embarked on a process to establish the Luapula River Authority, and substantial progress has been made. Once established, the Luapula River Authority is expected to unlock the economic opportunities for the benefit of the people of both the Democratic Republic of Congo and Zambia through hydro generation, irrigated agriculture, water supply and sanitation, among others. Honorable Chairperson, in 2023, the Ministry will continue to regulate water resources development to ensure accountability in the utilization of water resources through borehole registration, permitting, and inspections. This is important for planning, decision-making, and policy formulation. Honorable Chair, to continue developing water resources in the country, the ministry launched the Zambia Water Investment Program 2022 to 2030, aimed at enhancing national water security and sanitation. During the 2023 to 2025 medium-term period, the ministry will expedite engagements with various partners and stakeholders with a view to raise 5.75 billion United States dollars required to implement the Zambia Water Investment Program. Honorable Chair, the ministry will spend 47.1 million or 2.08% of the allocation of Management Support Services Program. Under this program, the ministry has been reviewing the National Water Policy 2020, the Water Supply and Sanitation Act number 28 of 1997, to align them to the global shift to Sustainable Development Goals from Millennium Development Goals of 2015, provide for issues of climate change, as well as align with provisions in the 2016 amended Constitution, among others. Further, my ministry will in 2023 commence reviewing the Water Resource Management Act number 21 of 2011 to strengthen management and regulation of water resources development in the country. Honorable Chairperson, to facilitate smooth implementation of these interventions, the ministry will in 2023 undergo restructuring process in order to provide a robust and matching organization structure to effectively implement the mandate of the ministry. As I conclude, I wish to call upon the members of this august House to support the 2023 estimates of revenue expenditure for the Ministry of Water Development and Sanitation in order to improve access to water and sanitation for socio-economic development of this great country. Madam Chairperson, I thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mwira.
Madam Chairperson, thank you very much. Honorable Minister, just briefly to comment on this head as I support it. Honorable Minister, through Madam Chairperson, as we all understand, water is life. And your ministry has got a lot of work to do across the country to ensure that, the citizens of this country have access to clean water and sanitation. I want to bring your attention to the project that is happening on the Copper Belt, and specifically Mufrira, the Zambia Water and Sanitation Project. Honorable Minister, I'm sure by now you may have known that this is the project that was started by the Patriotic Front government, signed in 2013, and to be implemented by Mulonga Water and Sewerage Company. At that time, it was scheduled to take 6 years to be completed. And now we are in 2022, and the works are still running. My appeal to you, Honorable Minister, is that you pay particular attention to this project, because the phase it has reached is actually supposed to be the final stage, where water infrastructure is being replaced and upgraded, so that the shortages of water that the people to benefit from this project are experiencing now can be a thing of the past. I do remember, Madam Chairperson, that at one point I raised some questions to the Minister with regard to what government is doing to ensure that the people, especially in Mufrira, get access to clean water. And the Minister had mentioned on the floor of this House that some of the projects were due to be commissioned. I do remember very well there was one to do with the waterworks that are happening in Kansuswa of Mufrira, the other one in Kawama of Mufrira, and the other one in Kalukanya and the rest of Kamchanga, still in Mufrira under the same project. And the Minister assured us that those projects were actually going to be commissioned in March of this year and June of this year. But now we are in November, and we are not anywhere near commissioning of these projects. When you walk through the communities, you would see, the pipes have been laid, the water tanks have been mounted, and the communities are now wondering what else is remaining. When the Minister assured us that the commissioning will be done in March and June, Madam Chairperson, I went back to the communities and held meetings and assured the people that by June, those communities in Kansuswa, in Kawama, in Kamchanga would see improvement in the water distribution and supply. But this is June, and we're still waiting for the commissioning to happen. And that is why, Madam Chairperson, I'm appealing to the Minister to pay particular attention, because From 2013, when this project started, scheduled to take 6 years, we are now in 2022. And if we don't pay particular attention to how it is going, how it is being implemented, we may not see the end of it until time forever. It's a very critical exercise that is happening. Almost the entire Mufulira district is supposed to benefit, since it's being done by Mulonga, I'm sure even Chingola and Chirabombwe are also scheduled to benefit once these works are done. But at the rate that things are going, we may not see the benefits, that people have been waiting for. As I said, water is life, and one day without water is still a very, very long time. Now, when we talk about these months passed without meeting the targets that have been communicated, it becomes worrying when even the outstanding works will be completed. So my appeal, Honorable Minister, is please pay particular attention to this Zambia Water and Sanitation project being implemented by Mulonga, and we ensure that all the milestones and the targets are met to ensure that the projects are commissioned as planned and as expected. Madam Chairperson, I thank you as I support this head.
Thank you. Ms. Sefulo.
Thank you so much, Madam Chairperson, for allowing the people of Mwandi to add their voice to this head. Let me begin by saying I support this head, and in supporting the head, I would want to also bring the following to the attention of the Minister. First of all, I would want to acknowledge and appreciate the New Dawn government for the increase in funding to the ministry from the previous, which was 1.3 to the 1.4. 1% increment. We really appreciate this. But I feel that this is a ministry that should be sufficiently funded because water is life. So we are talking about 2 point something billion that has been allocated in this year. I think that there's a lot that could have been allocated, particularly to water and sanitation, because this is still a very, very big challenge, especially for us in the rural areas. Secondly, I would also want to propose that in as much as we support this budget, would want to urge the ministry to find a way maybe of creating an area or just a sector that can be dealing with rural water development in particular, so that sector just looks at rural water development. But it looks like, because it looks like the emphasis is so much placed on the urban water development, leaving the rural areas still suffering out there. I would want to make mention that water is as important in urban areas as it is in rural areas. Let me also make mention, I've also heard in the policy statement by the minister speaking about water harvesting. I think this is a very, very welcome idea, or this is very, very welcome. It's important that the ministry should invest, particularly in water harvesting. This is one of the things that I've stood on the floor of the House, Madam Chairperson, and spoken about. I've never understood why. For example, in Mwandi, we have flash floods. 3 months later, we have a drought, and there's literally no water. So in this harvesting, I hope the ministry, in particular of water, would also look into Mwandi, as they are very, very much aware that Mwandi still currently is suffering 6 wards of saline water. We are giving the free education to the children, but we are killing them by giving them the water that they are drinking, which is very, very saline. What you invest in a child becomes a cost or a benefit to the government. So if we are going to give our children saline water, we are killing them 1 drop at a time. So therefore, we would want to urge the ministry to make sure that in Mwandi in particular, let them invest in a water reticulation system. We sit by the banks of the river, and the children are still subjected to drinking saline water. Let me also make mention, as the schools opened this year, actually the only secondary school that we have in the government school within the Mwandi ward, which is Mwandi Ilutayeta, had to close because the water that they were drinking, the water that the children were drinking, was proven by UNZA that it's not suitable for human consumption. So we would want the ministry to also invest in that. And I can also assure the ministry that should proper investment go to this ministry, Mwandi alone can feed the whole nation. Yes, it can. The challenge that we have is access to water. As I went, it was very, very shocking for me to learn that there are areas, for example, when I went to Luanza, I was very, very disheartened. Luanza, through this CDF, the increased CDF, has had the first access to running water this year, 58 years after independence. That's why I keep on emphasizing that we need also to invest in rural water development. And also in adding to the boreholes that the ministry is doing, we would also want to see an improvement, Minister. Madam Chairperson, we would also want our children in our rural constituencies to move away from the water where they hand pump, where they have to pump. So we'd want also the ministry to invest in boreholes where children are able, the solar-powered boreholes, so that our children can have access to water that they don't need to pump. And there's no way in this day and era a child has to walk for 6 hours to access water. It's unacceptable. So we want to urge the ministry to make sure that they can do everything possible, especially in our rural areas. Our children, our women are suffering. And water is a multi-sector kind of ministry. It borders on health. It borders also on agriculture. So when you look at gardening, women cooperatives that we are talking about, women are very, very much willing to form these cooperatives. But without access to water, how do they do the gardening? There is no way. How do they keep the livestock? It's difficult. So in supporting this head, would have loved as the people of Mwandi to see better funding. We hope that better funding will be brought to this ministry in the coming year. We also would want to see the ministry just employ a sector that will just look at rural water development. With that, Madam Chairperson, I would want to support this head. I submit.
Mr. Mpundu.
Madam Chairperson, I wish to thank you for giving me an opportunity to discuss Head 52. Honorable Minister of Water, Development and Sanitation, first of all, I want to commend you for your proactiveness in addressing or in responding to our calls every other time we have water situations or challenges. The other issue perhaps that I wish to bring to your attention is that there's a lot of inertia and laissez-faire among your people, particularly those that are managing water utility companies. Because some of the problems that people are confronted with can easily be addressed with the little resources that we have. But your people are it's a tall order to push them to go and address some of the water problems and the sanitation problems we have, particularly in my constituency in Nkana. It must be put on record, Madam Chairperson, that everybody has said water is life. And it breaks my heart that a country that is endowed with so much, endowment of water resources can have people going without clean water. Because if you look at our rainfall, patterns, we enjoy very good rainfalls. We have abundant water resources in rivers, dams, name them. So one wonders why we have failed to harness this endowment at the expense of our people going without clean water. And so when we see this allocation to the ministry, and I wonder, Honorable Minister, because at this point, we have been expectant that government was going to continue to increase, or rather to put more money towards issues of water. So the reduction for me towards this program, water supply, from from 1.5 to 1.3, makes me wonder as to whether we are slowing down or we are going back into reverse gears in addressing these challenges. Honorable Minister, I think that you are fully aware the extent of the problems we have when we talk about water and sanitation, particularly where I come from in Kitwe. We are talking, Madam Chairperson, of places in Buchi where issues of blocked sewers are a daily issue. In those places, Madam Chairperson, I think that the Vice President will bear testimony when she did take an undertaking to to Kitwe, the people are living in fecal matters. Honorable Minister of Sports, you are fully aware, and I would have hoped that when you sit in cabinet, you should have been, pushing your counterpart, the Minister of Water, to move with speed, because there is a program that was initiated years ago, which is the Nkana Water Sanitation Program, that we got money for, I think roughly about $200 million from the people of China. God knows what happened to that loaning facilities, but the fact is works were started. Now, what remains to be done is the completion of the remaining works that were remaining to be completed. So our expectation as the people of Nkana is that what you promised us, Honorable Minister, that you are now going to unbundle that project so that you begin now to source for money to address the unbundled project is going to come to fruition. But every day, it looks like we've run out of stories to tell our people. You are aware of the problem in Mindolo, Honorable Minister. Our people have gone weeks, if not months, without water. And you know that the general feeling of the people is that when we live nearby big rivers like Kafue, people would have thought that we should not be confronted with issues of water. So we are trusting you, Honorable Minister. I know that the resources allocated to you is not enough, but like I did intimate in the beginning, we can do with the little resources we have. After all, Honorable Minister, you are aware that even with the resources at our disposal in the name of CDF, we have been very available to support your endeavor in this regard. But I wish to place it to you that your people have been a frustration, because there's been several times that I, as Member of Parliament, have actually undertaken to set aside some of these resources under CDF to be able to help your people at the water utility company in Kitwe to address these problems. But the time frame it takes, I did bring to your attention, Honorable Minister, that at some point there was a program to address the issue of water, rather sanitation in Buchi, which contract took, I don't know, if not 6 months, because the Attorney General could not, give the authority for the procurement of the pipes to overhaul the system of sewer in Buchi. So some of these problems, Madam Chairperson, are man-made ourselves because of our laissez-faire, because sometimes when we have water ourselves, we don't know how much our people are suffering. The other issue perhaps I wish to bring to your attention, whereas it would be convenient for other places to have boreholes, it may not be as convenient for some of us who lives in mining communities, because you know that down underground there are mining activities that are going on, and so it may not be as easy as it may be in other places for us to put up boreholes. So our dependence is totally on the availability of the water utility company to supply water to our people. The other perhaps issue that we must be talking about is our water. Our underground water is heavily becoming contaminated because of the number of boreholes that we are sinking in all the places. So it is prudent at this point that we have no option but to continue to invest in water utility companies for them to be able to supply clean water. So, Honorable Minister, be rest assured that for us, we support you because we've seen your commitment to responding to our challenges. But there's a lot of work that you must do to ensure that the people that are under your charge move with the same speed or have the same commitment that you have towards addressing some of these problems. So as I wind up, Madam Speaker, as I put to rest this matter, I just want to assure the Minister that we are with you, but we're expecting a very speedy address to these problems that we are confronted, namely the supply of clean water as well as addressing the issue of dilapidated sewer network systems. Thank you, Madam Chairperson.
Thank you, Mr. Shakafuswa.
Very well. Thank you so much, Madam Chairperson, for the opportunity given to the people of Mandevu to support this budget head. My good brother, the Minister of Water and Sanitation, who is a neighbor and a very bad neighbor because he has water on his side, and just here at Foxdale, we do not have water. I've been talking to my brother that there is need, Honorable Chairperson, to improve the water situation in Mandevu constituency. Allow me to also take advantage of the flow of the House, I think, to correct the perception that we in Lusaka are developed just here in Mandevu. And it was noted by, I think, the Director of Water Aid, Madam Pamela Chisenga, who noted that only 14% of the population in Lusaka is connected to the sewer line. The rest of the 86% uses on-site sanitation, Madam Chairperson. What does this mean? It means, therefore, that the 86% contaminates the groundwater because the on-site sanitation that they use are pit latrines. And so there's need for this ministry to improve the sewer network in Mandevu. In Mandevu, we have the garden sewer ponds, Honorable Minister, which have proven just to be a nuisance. Fecal matter is drawn somewhere else, brought to Mandevu. Right now, we're grappling with mosquitoes because of the overgrown grass. The Ministry of Health has embarked on spraying mosquitoes, but Lusaka Water and Sewerage Company, up to now, is not cutting the overgrown grass. And therefore, the mosquitoes keep on breeding. And so, we would want that your people through Lusaka Water and Sewerage Company come on site and clear that facility. Otherwise, if it's not done, we would want to take it to Kablonga because we're not benefiting anything as the people of Mandevu. We're just getting diseases such as malaria, and our people are dying. Talking about water, I want to support the 1.3 billion allocation for water, the improvement of water supply. I've said it time and again that we don't have water in Chipata. Because of climate change, most of the boreholes have dried. And so, yes, I give kudos to the PF administration for the Kafue water bulk supply. It's a fact. Governments are a going concern. You cannot keep on blaming your friends, even when they did something. We must work on the going concern factor. I want to implore and urge the minister to connect our people in Kabanana, to connect our people in Chazanga, our people just here at Foxdale, to the Kafue bulk water project. I do not intend to use all my minutes, Madam Chairperson, so that I give an opportunity to other people. I thank you for this opportunity. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mr. Mbao, the Provincial Minister, Northern Province.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson, for this very rare opportunity to debate this very, very important head 52, Ministry of Water, Development and Sanitation. I would start by giving credit to the President of this country, Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, through the Minister of Finance and National Planning, for putting up such an important and exemplary document on the floor of this House. I would also want to give credit to the Minister of Water, Development and Sanitation for the policy statement that he has provided in this House. And let's be sincere, this is exemplary. We are not used to such kind of well thought of documents, well thought of plans in this house. So Minister of Finance, Minister of Water, congratulations, and keep it up. This is what the Zambian people want. Honorable Chairperson, the people of Northern Province are very, very happy. The people of Northern Province are really now appreciating to say that things can move. I'll give a few examples. Honorable Chairperson, in my constituency in Pulungu, our friends who are rightfully on your right, on your left, sorry, thank you very much, who are rightfully on your left, people of Mpulungu are happy that these people are on the left because they deserve it. People of Mpulungu live next to waters. That's the house of the Great Lake Tanganyika. Meanwhile, these people have lived for years without water. If you can go there now, it's a sorry story. Thanks to the new Dawn administration, a small project that the PF failed in their 10 years tenure is now seeing the light of the day. And I want to thank the Honorable Minister of Water Development for making sure it's not job seeking. We are talking reality. What job am I going to seek when I'm already a minister?
Honorable Minister.
It's you who is supposed to seek for a job. Thank you, Madam Chairperson.
Order.
Thank you.
Is it possible that we can be focused to the budget? Just try to avoid the interjections. Order, honorable members. Order, honorable members. The honorable minister is going to ignore the interjections from the other members so that he can concentrate on his debate through the chair. You may continue, honorable minister.
Well guided, Madam Chairperson. Madam, in this budget, the President, the Minister of Finance, has provided 1.9 billion, representing 82.97% towards the supply and sanitation infrastructure. Things that we are not used to. People to come in this house to say, no, we have developed this particular area. We have done this business, go on the ground. Money was just being shared in the name of the province, in the name of the region. We are not going to accept that. Things are now happening. And let's just give credit where it's due. The people of Kaputa, for the very first time, now they are seeing the light of the day. It's this government that failed to pay the smallest amount, 12 million. Madam Chairperson, these people fail to pay. When it comes to we are paying, they pay their own pockets. This government is now showing to say that things can happen. The province is very happy. When you go to Kasama, when you go the entire province, things are now happening. Even the man who is standing to interject, he's just disappointed because things are now happening and it's from losing because people are now, they are now relating him to the failure that happened under the time that the PF was in power.
Order. There is an indication for a point of order. Mr. Fube, what is your point of order?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My point of order is based on number 65. Is the honorable member on the floor in order to mislead Zambians and mislead the House, especially that is the provincial minister at the same time. He has referred to Kaputa. He has also a project in his own constituency, Mpulungu. I can even mention the contractors. Kaputa has since stand as a state-of-the-art water project, which was done by the PF and commissioned by the Vice President this year. Now, is this member who is on the floor in order to mislead that these projects have happened during the UPND? One is a provincial minister who doesn't know that such started and they were only commissioned during the UPND. I seek your serious ruling because he is misleading the nation.
Order, honorable members. Now we are debating the ownership of the projects. Who owns the project, which is not relevant for the people of Zambia to hear. What is important, order, honorable members, is to focus on the budget. The people are expectant out there. They want to hear what they will have, especially when we are talking about water and sanitation next year. No, it's not about who started what and where are we now. Let's look at this budget for the sake of our people who are listening, who have got very big problems to do with water or sanitation. They want to hear an answer. So please, can we be focused to the budget? Let's give the people of Zambia hope or answers so that they can be assured of the way forward next year. Can we be focused on the budget? Minister,
Madam Speaker, well guided. Madam Chairperson, sorry. I am well guided. It is not wrong to put on record. When you have failed to pay, you have failed to pay. Is it a sin for someone to point out that here you have failed? We are supposed to accept. These people failed. President Hakainde Hichilema came the first time in power and paid. Now we have water in Kaputa. Is that wrong? Give credit where it's due. On the 8th National Development Plan, Madam Chairperson, agriculture is very important. How are we going to do agriculture without water? How are we going to do agriculture without water? Therefore, the Zambian people, the people of Northern Province are very happy that now 1.9 billion is being provided. This represents 82%, unprecedented 82% of the budget towards the development of water and sanitation in this country.
Order, Honorable Minister. There's another point of order.
Let them keep coming.
Honorable members, in fact, now this will be the last point of order because we have to make progress. We've only covered one head so far. Ms. Katuta, what is your point of order? Order, honorable members, order.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've seen how some people are agitated because it's important that we tell the truth. Madam Chair, I rise on a very serious point of order. Standing order number 65. We need to be factual when we speak. Is the Minister of Northern Province who is saying that Kaputa, this is the time it has water. Let me declare the interest, Madam Chair. I come from that side as well, okay? And I know Even my own brother has a house where they have water. He should have said, now, Kaputa, if there was that project, has been commissioned. Kaputa, in fact, the one who started that project of this water we have, it was the then MP was there. Now, the point of order is this. Is this minister, in order to mislead this house, mislead himself, and to mislead the people of Kaputa who've had tap water? I really seek your serious indulgence, Madam Chair.
All the honorable members, Ms. Katuta, kindly repeat the last sentence. I didn't get it.
Thank you so much. I'm royalty. I know that.
Order, honorable members, just focus on your point of
Thank
order.
you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, is this minister, in order to mislead this house, the people of Kaputa, and to mislead himself, to say that Kaputa has never had tap water? Kaputa has had tap water. And I'm saying this even in 2016, my own brother has a house near the market. He had tap water. So he's in order to mislead this house, Madam Chair. I need your serious ruling.
Order, honorable members. I think this again goes to the issue that I was talking about, ownership of the project. All the projects that are being done are for the people of Zambia. Whoever puts up those projects, they are putting them up for the people of Zambia. As having tap water, it's very difficult even for the chair who has never been to Kaputa to start estimating when the first tap water was put or installed in order, honorable member for Karulushi. It's very, very difficult. But of course, there was a commissioning of water project that we had in Kaputa. We don't really know exactly where that project was covering, whether it was the whole of Kaputa or some households which didn't have tap water. So it's very, very difficult. Otherwise, what we should all appreciate is that there was a project that was commissioned for water in Kaputa. But really to come out to say these houses did not have tap water, this is the time that they are given tap water, it's very, very difficult. So that's why I even suggested or I even informed the House to say, please, let us just forget about ownership, who started those projects or what is happening. The most important thing is that the people of Kaputa have got water. That is very important. You may continue.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson, for a well-guided statement. Have really guided us. Madam Chairperson, PF failed to pay water in Kaputa. UPND came and paid. PF failed to pay for water in Mpolokoso. UPND came and paid. PF failed to pay for water in Mpolongo. UPND came and paid. It's a fact. Let's deal with facts here. When you have failed, you have failed. Let's move forward. The president of this country, Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, means well for this country. The people of Northern Province love him because it's not just about talking. They can see the results. The people of Mpulungu now, they have seen things happening. They know to say they are going to have water, something that has never happened. When you talk about sanitation, it's a sorry story, Madam Chairperson. These people were just coming here to say, no, we are doing this, we are doing this. Meanwhile, people were going in other people's pockets, which we don't know. It's a lot of things that we can talk about here. But we want to give credit to the Minister of Water.
is up. Order, honorable members. This head is very, very innocent. Very innocent head. But the way we are trying to handle it as if there is war somewhere. This is a very innocent head, which is very important for the people of Zambia. So can we take it in that way? We are here to represent the people who can't be here, but they are looking up to you to represent them so that the water problems can be sorted out in their respective constituencies, villages, or communities. So as we are debating, please, let's keep in mind that this is a very innocent head, very important for the people of Zambia. Mr. Zulu. Lumezi.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson, for permitting the voice of Lumezi to add its voice to this particular head. Madam Chairperson, it has been said by so many people before us that water is life. Madam Chairperson, the people in Lumezi are accustomed to drinking water from wells and streams where animals drink from. In fact, we appreciate World Vision for having given us some boreholes in Chief Chikomene's area. And Madam Chairperson, as a matter of fact, some people that had to drink borehole water for the first time had to develop some waterborne diseases because they were so accustomed to drinking water from wells, streams, and rivers. In fact, you tend to wonder why colleagues from urban setup would raise arguments that they don't have water. When you go on the other side of the country, you go to the valleys in Chief Mwanya's area, Chief Chitungulu's area, Chief Kazembe's area, people drink water together with elephants, buffaloes, and that's a sad story. You've got budgets that do not speak to the aspirations of the people in Lumezi. I've gone through this particular head, Madam Chairperson. I'm hesitant to support it because it's not speaking to the aspirations of the good people in Lumezi. The people in Lumezi, Madam Chairperson, will be given a hand pump borehole, a borehole that feeds people who are maybe 10, 20 kilometers apart from each other. Old women, young girls, instead of them going to school, they spend most of the time walking long distances to fetch water. They spend most of the time even drawing a timetable when one should bath as a result of not having water. And Honorable Minister, in the near future, which is 2024, I propose that do away with these hand pump boreholes as they are a source of dysentery, cholera, and many other waterborne diseases. How possible is it that you've got 30 meters away from your house, Honorable Minister, you have someone with a cistern and a borehole? Each household has a borehole. Where is clean water? Yes, we are privileged to have Lusaka water that is providing water to most of us. We've got Eastern Water, which provides water for the contemporary bourgeois. And there is no water, what you call piped water, for a villager in Lumezi. Yet, we've got the bourgeois coming to Lumezi to hunt our animals, coming with bottled water from Lusaka, coming to hunt our animals with water from Spain. Surely, how do we come up with a budget that only favors those that are in an urban setup? In an urban setup, Madam Chairperson, it is possible to walk to your neighbor and they'll give you water through a hosepipe, which is not possible in Lumezi. Today, Madam Chairperson, the only time we appreciate water is when the rivers or the streams are full as a result of floods, so that the distances at which people cover to fetch water is lessened or reduced. And here we are trying to trivialize this particular head. This particular head should not have had to look at the urban setup alone. If anything, what we thought this time around, we should have had piped water in all the new districts. We have new districts in this country that still rely on streams to feed its people. Madam Chairperson, I ordinarily drive into Lumezi in the night. Starting from Nyimba, at midnight, you'll see women walking along Greatest Road with water on their heads. These are challenges that we must address. Water is life. As I support this particular head, Honorable Minister, can you put this into consideration without playing politics to it, that we need clean water? I submit, Madam Chairperson.
Thank you. Mr. Kambita.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson, for the opportunity to debate head number 52, Ministry of Water Development and Sanitation. Indeed, I would like to thank the Honorable Minister for the ministry for that policy statement, which actually talked about fundamentals in this budget line. According to a World Vision study, 32% of our people in Zambia lack access to improved water supply. And rural areas are heavily affected at 49% of the rural population, which relies on unsafe sources, compared to 10% of the urban population. And national access to proper sanitation is still low at about 40%. Now, Madam Chairperson, this limited access to water and sanitation and hygiene is indeed the cause of many diarrheal diseases that we experience in the country. And in our country, we have systems that have been put in place. And the Water Supply and Sanitation Act number 28 of 1997 ushered in the WOMA, which is the Water Regulation Management Authority, which actually looks at regulation of the resource itself. The Water Resource Management Authority looks at the resource itself, and I heard the minister talk about the good ideas that are being hatched to try and capture some of this water so that we don't lose it out into the Indian Ocean when it is come. That's a welcome move, Honorable Minister, for actually keeping this water when we have it, especially during rain season. We also have the NOASCO. You need to understand these institutions which exist. We also have the NOASCO, which is responsible for regulating the water utilities. It's more targeted at regulating these institutions that we have formed to supply water finally to the consumers. And now we have these institutions. In Zambia, we came up with 11 commercial utilities. 11 commercial utilities, most of them broken down in provinces. Of course, the first one was the Lusaka Water Supply and Sanitation Company Limited, which has been in existence for so long, and now it was replicated. We have the Nkana, we have the Mlonga, and others, including Chambishi, which is doing so well, according to the minister's debate this afternoon. Now, at the center and nexus of the whole of this thing, we have your ministry, Minister, issuing policy direction, responsible for appointing these boards which run these CUs. Now, I need you to pay particular attention to the performance of the CUs. One, the CUs are challenged in terms of corporate governance. Of course, we know where we're coming from and the reasons to why they are challenged at corporate governance, because people who were appointed to run those boards were not even qualified to run those boards. But now you are on the right trajectory, putting in qualified people managing these water utilities. But I would like to state, it will not go without me saying the challenges that the CUs are facing. The CUs are facing capacity in infrastructure. They are also facing governance challenges, which I alluded to, of course, being addressed. They are also facing management issues. Staff sometimes are not doing what they're supposed to do. And then operational challenges. But all these boil down to the amount of resources that they have, which is quite challenging. I'm elated that the biggest chunk of your budget is going towards putting in whole new infrastructure to improve this capacity. That challenge, which I alluded to, will now be addressed by that allocation of putting in whole new infrastructure to improve the situation. And not just new infrastructure, rehabilitation. CUs are grappling with non-revenue water. There's what they call as non-revenue water. Water that is treated at a high cost, and distributed, but is not billed and get a return for it after spending so much on it. And you see, the acceptable level is about 25% according to the regulatory authority here in Zambia. But most of them, none of them actually, all the 11 water utilities, not even a single one is at 25%. All of them are around 50, 45, 43 to the minimum. All of them are around 60. So this non-water revenue is a cost in itself, because you're losing out water which you have treated. And unmetered water also being consumed sometimes due to illegal connections and also inadequacy of meters. All these pieces of infrastructure require finances. And therefore, this budget line is so important, and we should be advocating for even more financing in here. If I had a way, we should have actually even to borrow more money to put into this sector. Because this sector, no wonder we are calling them commercial utilities. It is a utility that is able to actually extract monies from the public and finance itself. That's why it's called a CU, commercial utility. So that can be achieved with investment in this right direction. The water utility, Madam Chairperson, is one area where you can invest in and you are not really making a loss. You would actually be investing at a profit because you are able to sell the water and people will pay for it. Now, coming to other issues that these water utility companies are grappling with, the issue of meters, of course, they come at a cost. And the Honorable Minister, I would like you to come up with a deliberate policy to help these CUs to procure meters so that whatever they are producing and supplying, they should recover some money out of it. The other issue which is there, an impasse exists between them and ZESCO. The issue of a tariff, the right tariff at which they actually produce this water is actually too high. So between them and ZESCO, there must be some discussion. But of course, it cannot come without your involvement because you are the policymaker. So please intervene in this so that the water utilities probably could have a special tariff which they can use. Otherwise, what they are doing now is that they are actually producing the water at a higher cost than the way they are selling it. And issues also of the tariff that they charge, there is need to relook at it so that the tariff is the right level. We should not just try and please masses to say the tariff should be this, but we should be objective how much it costs to do the water, and the water must be actually sold at the right price. Madam Chairperson, I thank you for the opportunity. I submit.
Thank you so much. Honorable members, I've seen that most of us are affected by poor water and sanitation. We needed more time, but we have to move on. We've had about 8 people debate. So I'll ask the Honorable Minister of Water Development and Sanitation to wind up debate.
Madam Chairperson, I thank you most sincerely for giving me this opportunity to wind up the debate on the 2023 budget policy statement for Head 52. Honorable Chair, I take note of the many issues raised by the honorable members of parliament, and I want to thank them for debating this head. I note the issues raised by Honorable Mwela, Honorable Sefula Fomwandi, Honorable Sefulo Fomwandi, thank you, Honorable Binwa Mpundu Nkana, Honorable Shakafuswa, my neighbor from Mandevu, Honorable Mbao from Pulungu, Honorable Munia Zulu, Honorable Kambita Zambezi East. Very briefly, Honorable Chair, Honorable Mwila raised the issues where he urged me or the ministry to ensure that we closely monitor the current ongoing water projects on the Copper Belt, particularly the Zambia water supply and sanitation project. I want to say, Madam Chairperson, that most of the projects that we found by the month of August 2021, most of them had stalled. Very costly projects, but I'm happy to report that with the guidance of His Excellency the President, to say that our priority should be to ensure that we complete all these projects that are stalled. And I'm grateful, heavily indebted to the Minister of Finance and Secretary to the Treasury for the support they are giving the ministry to ensure that all these projects that are stalled are brought back to life and are completed. I want to assure the Honorable Member from Furira that the project you spoke about is now around 98 to 99% completion, and very soon we should be able to commission the project, and hopefully we can improve the lives of our people, in particular, in Furira in particular, and the surrounding areas. I also take note of the appeal by the Honorable Member for Mwandi, and she spoke passionately about the challenges of water in Mwandi constituency. I want to assure you that I've taken note of your concerns. I've also taken note of your lamentation about the low funding. I wish we had more money, but we can only do with what is available. But within what has been allocated, I want to assure you that we shall plan together with, we want your input as members of parliament in terms of your hard-hit areas, which require, for example, what you have raised, the water harvesting infrastructure, so that we can harvest the water and use it during the dry spell period. So please feel free to continuously engage us so that we can work together in addressing the challenges our people are facing in Mwandi and beyond. I also took note of the issues raised by Honorable Binwa Mpundu, the issues of the work culture. Unfortunately, Madam Chair, this is the workforce we inherited. Unfortunately, this is a culture that was cultivated by our colleagues who were there before we took over. And obviously, I must admit that we are really having a challenge to ensure that we bring about this culture which the President is speaking about of producing results. So I again appeal to all of us as leaders. Many of you were in these ministries. Speak to the people that you left for us, because we don't want to be firing people, because these are Zambians. We don't want to send them into poverty, but let us change the culture. The laissez-faire attitude is affecting us. So we ask that as members of parliament, as civic leaders, at different levels, we must realign our work culture to ensure that we deliver the results to the people of Zambia. So I hear you, Honorable Mpundu, but also to say that the Nkana water supply and sanitation project, which he also spoke about, this is one of the projects, Madam Chairperson, which had stalled for many years. And I'm happy to report to this House that we are working and we have gotten this project back on track. After the approval of the supplementary budget by this House, we have allocated through the Secretary to the Treasury, through Minister of Finance, $5 million to go towards that project to ensure that the works are restarted. So like I said, we want to ensure that before we start the new projects, we must finish off all these projects that were procured, unfortunately, Madam Chair, at a very, very, very exorbitant price. Madam Chairperson, if I was given now $449 million to construct a dam and a network, I would probably do 2, 3 more projects under my leadership. But these are things that we talk about, and sometimes it pains me when, people, with so much pride stand up and say, no, we did this project, we did this at this, but look at the costs. Look at the cost at which these projects were procured. And what was the intention? I'm sure your guess is as good as mine. But I think going forward, the projects that we are going to introduce under the new Dawn government, you'll see how we are going to be prudent with utilization of resources and ensure that the Muibomba Muibala culture is not encouraged.
Meaning what, Honorable Minister?
Meaning those who work in the field should feel entitled and eat from there. Madam Chair, I've also taken note of Honorable Mbao's contributions, Honorable Shakafusa's contribution. Honorable Mbao was on point. There are projects that, again, we found in Mpulungu and which we are pushing. When I went on the familiarization trip, I found that there were so many projects that had been abandoned. He took me to Mbala, we went to Mpulungu, we went to Kasama, and I'm happy that after that familiarization tour, we sat with my members of staff and got most of these projects back on track. As we speak, he has reported himself, Mpulungu will be finishing Kaputa. We found that our colleagues had not paid 11 million kwacha to have the Kaputa projects again commissioned. And I want to appeal that when we speak about these things, it's not about, like you guided, Madam Chairperson, it's not about who started, but it's one thing to start a race, it's another to complete it. You cannot start a journey and not finish it and claim success. What is important is to start something, pay for it, and finish it off. I've taken note of Honorable Monia Zulu's comments. Indeed, it's true. We need to ensure that we continue providing water as closer to our people as possible so that we can reduce the long distances that our young girls, school-going children are covering in rural areas. I want to assure again that our focus is not just on urban areas. Madam Chair, the focus of this ministry in terms of improvement of supply of water and sanitation services is to the urban areas, peri-urban areas, and the rural areas altogether. I want to appreciate also the views by Honorable Kambita, the issue of high non-revenue water as a result of the old network, but also the high levels of vandalism. These issues are being addressed. I thank you, Madam Chairperson.
Thank you. Head 52, Ministry of Water Development and Sanitation. Head total 2,265,019,795 kwacha. Any debate? Any objections? Mr. Kangombe?
Madam Chairperson, I direct the Minister to page 547. Minister, I hope you are on page 547. On page 547, Honorable Minister, there's a program 2119, Water Supply and Sanitation. You have allocated, you have been given only 1.879 billion to deal with both water as well as sanitation. And from your statement, Minister, the Nkana Water Project has only been given 5 million kwacha. Now I'm concerned how you are going to improve water supply. Wouldn't you have requested for more money so that we give you the money now instead of you getting only 5 million kwacha out of the 1.8 billion? 5 million will not do anything for the water project in Kitwe.
Thank you. You come back later.
Page 552.
You come back later. The Honorable Minister of Water Development and Sanitation.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. The Honorable Member did not get me very clear on it was not actually 5 million kwacha, $5 million. And this $5 million is not coming from here. I mentioned that after we approved the supplementary budget, we got part of the money from there to go towards the Kafulafuta water supply and sanitation project, which is in dollar, and we got some money to go towards the Nkana water supply and sanitation project, and that's the $5 million I talked about. Coming to the 1.8, as indicated on page 547, note, Honorable Member, that we still have room for support from cooperating partners. And this is not the only money that we are going to use for various projects, but for various interventions that we plan to undertake, we still have room to be supported by the cooperating partners. Of course, I would have loved probably to have more money, but again, I'll repeat what I said. We can only operate within the available resources. Thank you, Madam Chairperson.
Mr. Banda.
Thank you, Madam. Honorable Minister, let me take you to page 551, program 2119, table 5, sub-program 9002, water supply. In 2022, you allocated 1.5 billion, and now it has come down to 1.3. And this is for water supply infrastructure development. Honorable Minister, will this 1.3 suffice? Because I remember about 3 months ago, you promised us in Chimwemwe that once funds were available, you were going to look at our water crisis. Now that the funds have been reduced, will you be able to accommodate us? Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Water Development and Sanitation.
Sorry, Madam Chairperson, I was asking for the page. He was too fast.
That is page 551, program 2119. You can continue, Honorable Member.
I'm off. Page 551, program 2119, table 5, sub program 9002. Have you seen it? Yeah, so that's a water supply. Last year, you allocated 1.5 billion, and this year you've reduced it to 1.3 billion. And this is for water supply infrastructure development. A few months ago, you promised the people of Chimwemwe that once funds were available, you were going to consider a water crisis. Now, since the funds have reduced, are you sure this will suffice? Will you accommodate us? Thank you.
The Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson, and I also want to thank the Honorable Member for that question. Again, Madam Chairperson, I'll say this. If we had a limitless allocation of funds, I think we would have loved to have more and more funds. But we had to structure the budget in a way that we accommodate, or we are accommodated by what has been allocated. So we'll do our best to ensure that what we promised, we can tackle it within what has been allocated. But additionally, I think we'll be getting some support from various cooperating partners to ensure that we are supported with the various interventions that we are undertaking. Thank you, Madam Chairperson.
Mr. Zulu.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Madam Chairperson, can I take the minister to page 555? Water supply sanitation infrastructure development 001. 3, number of household connections to sewer network. Your target for 2023 is 16,000. Your target for 2024 is 17,000. Minister, during your presentation of budget, or during answering some of the questions, you said you don't just look at the urban setup, you also look at the rural setup. Are we seeing this 2-year program you have, which you total to 33,000 households connected to sewer system? Are we seeing some rural areas, specifically, let me not even go to rural areas, are we seeing a constituency or a district like Nyimba? Are we seeing Nyimba having a sewer line connected, or a few houses, even 1,000 out of these 33,000? Are we seeing even 500 houses connected to the sewer line in Nyimba district? That is what I wanted to ask. Then the other thing, Minister.
Honorable Member, I think one question is enough. We are running out of time. We want to close this head today. The Honorable Minister of Water Development and Sanitation.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson, and I want to thank the Honorable Member of Parliament for Nyimba for that very good question. Honorable Chair, we do everything possible within our means and within what has been allocated to ensure that the numbers that we have projected are taken care of. As to whether we'll be able to cater for Nyimba, I might not give you the exact figures that we'll be able to provide for Nyimba, but suffice to say that we have provided these allocations, and we think that within what has been allocated, we should be able to upscale some connections in sanitation, but also to improve the water supply. Thank you, Madam Chairperson.
Thank you. I'll get the last question, Mr. Chisopa.
question. Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Honorable Minister, I'll take you to page 547. Program number 2120. Activity number 9007 and activity number 9008. When you look at those activities, page 547. When you look at those activities, environmental management and protection, there is pollution and environmental management and research. Now, there are no budget, any figures that have been allocated. Are you saying that we are not expecting any pollution for next year? Or could it be that you have transferred this money somewhere else? Thank you, Madam Chairperson.
The Honorable Minister of Water, Development and Sanitation.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, and I want to thank the first gentleman, the Honorable Member of Parliament. I'm honored to have received that question from you. Thank you. Honorable Chair, you may wish to know that this ministry, prior to the August 2021 elections, this was Zambia, Ministry of Water, Development, Sanitation and Environmental Protection. The environmental protection function was since realigned, was since removed to green economy. So it's no longer a function under our ministry. That's why there are no allocations under that program. That function is no longer in our ministry. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Honorable members, we have to make progress. I'm sure the Honorable Minister is freely available, especially if we've got issues or questions to do with our specific constituencies. The Honorable Minister can attend to you because we have to make progress. I put the question. The question is that Head 52, Ministry of Water Development and Sanitation, head total 2,265,019,795 kwacha stands part of the estimates. As many as are of that opinion say aye. On the contrary, say no. The ayes have it. The question is resolved in the affirmative. Head 52, Ministry of Water Development and Sanitation, head total 2,265,019,795 kwacha is ordered to stand part of the estimates. We now move to head 53, Ministry of Green Economy and Environment. Okay. Ministry of Green Economy and Environment, General Policy Debate, the Honorable Minister of Green Economy and Environment Policy Statement.
Madam Chairperson, let me thank you sincerely for the honor and privilege for giving me this opportunity to deliver the 2023 Budget Policy Statement on behalf of the Minister of Green Economy and Environment. Allow me also to thank the Honorable Minister of Finance and National Planning for the transformational speech he delivered to this House, as it has given a definite direction on how the economy is expected to grow. The theme of the speech, stimulating economic growth for improved livelihoods, speaks to putting ordinary Zambians at the center of the developmental agenda. Chairperson, it is gratifying to note that government has now started allocating more and more resources to the 4 strategic pillars of the 8th National Development Plan, with clear and intended objectives fixed on realizing Vision 2030 of becoming a prosperous middle-income country.
Chairperson, in 2022, my ministry received a total budget allocation of 865 million kwacha and carried out the following projects. There was an improvement in service delivery for environmental management services. There was a review and development of national policies and legislation on climate change, environmental management, forestry, biosafety, and meteorology. There was a development of the environmental research strategy to harmonize sectoral strategies and rationalization of legislations that concern the use and management of the environment. There was installation of more meteorological observation weather stations to improve weather forecasting and information dissemination. There was a launch of the communication and advocate strategy on climate change to improve awareness among Zambians. There was the development of the 2022 to 2026 strategic plan and the green growth strategy. There was recognition of more community forest management groups with over 3 million hectares of forest placed under the management of 150 community groups countrywide. We successfully empowered the underprivileged with concession licenses for small and medium-scale enterprises across the country. However, Madam Chair, the program implementation was hampered by insufficient budgetary allocation, reduced budgetary support because of World Bank supported projects which were winding down, inadequate technical staff, and transport. Chairperson, allow me now to present an overview of the 2023 budget for my ministry. The ministry was allocated 0.6% of the total budget, amounting to 1.2 billion kwacha for climate change and environmental protection activities.
Order, Honorable Minister. As the time is 19:10 hours, I interrupt the proceedings and committee work stands adjourned. The committee will report progress and ask leave to sit again. Madam Speaker, I have to report to the House that the Committee of Supply on the estimates of revenue and expenditure for the year 1st January 2023 to 31st December 2023 has gone through the following heads, 51 and 52, and has made progress and asked leave to sit again.
Thank you. Day for resumption of committee work.
Tomorrow, Madam Speaker.
Committee work to resume tomorrow. Her Honor the Vice President, adjournment. Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the House do now adjourn. As no notice of any item for debate on the motion of adjournment of the House has been received, I put the question. The question is that the House do now adjourn. Any debate? Any objection? The question is agreed to. The House is now adjourned.
Honorable Collins Nso.